Jeg kan begynne med camera video. Jeg kan begynne med camera video. Good morning, Ben.
I've got a theory that on these climbs, a U-turn, if you keep doing U-turns, you go faster. I'm going to try it. I look like an idiot going round and round in circles. But I was on the other day with David when, what's his name? Was doing the Everesting. Yeah. And I kept on doing U-turns to try and get back to them, but I kept on zooming past them again. So I did like 50 U-turns.
Yeah, I've got the theory that if you go on the descent of the radio tower, you should just keep going till you're all the way at the top again, and then U-turn. Because you're going like 80 kilometers an hour on the part where it already goes up again.
Yeah, I did a U-turn slightly after you and I went past you then. But just then I did a U-turn and it wasn't like on the Alp. I wasn't getting any free speed. I'll try again, but I reckon I'll lose ground on you.
Yeah, it's at least been a really frustrating start so far, so... I've had like, my webcam is just like not working, so I've already tried to deactivate it and activate it again. And also like, I stopped the stream, started a new one. It worked for 10 seconds and then it froze again, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, the hardest part of doing this Everesting is keeping awake to actually do your U-turns.
Yeah, that's also like, I'm in a workout just so I know on which one I am, because I know I just can't keep count till like 60, and at some point your graph, you cannot even count them anymore in your graph, so it's like, it's easier.
Yeah,
to
that's what
just
I did with. That's what I did my Everesting. I just put it in erg mode, just rolled up the Alpe 205 watts. It wasn't my fastest Everesting. It was just a good training effort while I got a free jersey.
Yeah, I now just have it on. I have it on the incline mode, and just I'm just trying to keep it as steady as possible, and just keeping the power I yeah, told myself to do basically.
The other good thing about erg mode is you can look at other things and know that you're doing the right power. So up the Alp, I basically just watch YouTube videos, made videos, and then check on the screen just to make sure I do the U-turn when I get to the top. Also keep an eye out for the Yeti when I get turn 7. I see the Yeti all the time now that I know where to look.
Yeah, it's actually not that difficult to find, but if you don't know where to look, it's really hard. Because he's also like really far in the background normally.
Yeah, this is definitely harder than doing it on the Alp in terms of the Alp. I worked out I had about 90 minutes rest for the effort, where you literally just get off the bike, go to the toilet, change your shorts, take your shoes off, and don't have to worry about anything. Whereas this one, you get rest, but it's far less duration.
It's like 60, 70 seconds.
Yeah,
But
so you can't go to the...
I already worked it out. I was able to put my shoes off, massage my foot, and then put my shoes back on before I was down. So.
Yeah, whereas you rush up to the toilet, you can easily lose a minute or two.
Yeah, but with the heat so far, it's I don't think I have to go to the toilet.
It'd be interesting to see how you go compare against Troy, how much time you lose when your avatar's not moving from doing other things.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep like the time off the bike as low as possible, but I think like when I'm 5 hours in, it's really hard to like not get off the bike at one point, just for like 5-10 minutes or something. And you just lose 10 minutes.
Yeah. When I did the first Everesting, I did it in 3 hours, then 2 hours, then 2 hours. Like every 2 hours, I'd have a bit more of a rest rather than just the usual. But the thing is, on the Alp, you get a massive rest. You get 12 minutes, 11 to 12 minutes. So you definitely got to be a lot more disciplined on this one.
Yeah, I'm just like mentally, I just want to have my first break after I'm like halfway done already, just so I know I have less than halfway to go when I get back home. So I want to get off like when I have like 35 probably, for like 10 minutes for lunch, and then after that it's
yeah,
just hopefully going till the end, but maybe I need another break at like 50.
And the worst case scenario is you just have a good break near the end, if it's 2 or 3 hours. I mean, you're not going for a record time, you're just doing it for the effort.
Yeah, definitely. So, and I should be like on this power, it should take me about like 8 hours 30 if I don't take any breaks. But if I just keep going, I just want to complete it first, and then we'll see how fast I go.
Yeah, I'll do. Let's see how I go on this. Might do the triple loops race later on because of the dirt race on Tuesdays. The triple loops again. I'm sitting second in GC, but don't know if I'll hold it because Greg Morgan's right behind me.
Wait, is it a stage race? Because I didn't follow anything of Zwift like the past 4 months.
Stage race, just like ZRL, but dirt run it. And you have GC as well, team. So you got GC, sprinters, climbers, classifications, and teams points, which is good. So I think I'm sitting 4th or 5th for climbers and about the same for sprinters. But GC takes into account finishing time as well as points. So sitting on second in GC. We really screwed up the TTT, but it doesn't count towards GC, so I didn't lose any positions.
So the TT is just for fun.
Yeah, well, the TTT still counts towards the team's points. So we went from equal first with 2 other teams to, I think, 4th, because we didn't have enough riders. Every other team had 8, and we just had 5, and then we lost. We had 6, but then we lost our strongest rider within 2 kilometres. His PC crashed. And then we lost our other rider because he's a bit sick anyway. So we had 4 of us basically in the TTT versus 8 strong riders.
Yeah, that's pretty much impossible to keep up.
Yeah, we lost so much time. About halfway through the course, Evo overtook us, which were a minute behind us. Evo finished second by 2 seconds, so they're basically on the pace for. I was expecting us to win if we had 8 riders because we got, in the individual time trial, we had 5 in the top 15. And the guy that Zwift crashed, he came 3rd because he's an ex-international rower, only retired last year.
Yeah, but how where did you place now? With like only 4 guys? Like, how far were you at the end behind the Evo team?
The Dirt Series is good though. They're much better than the WTRL guys. There's a couple of guys cheating, and I can just contact them. And they're like, oh, we'll have a check. And even though they're dirt riders, they disqualified them, the sticky watts. But you can, it's not like the WTRL where you email them and they give you a snarky response.
Yeah, it's also probably because it's like a bit smaller sized. And of course the WTRL doesn't really care about
It's a bit smaller, but it's about the size WTRL was in the first season.
Okay.
A lot of racing. But there's a few guys doing it. And they just don't have that mentality of, look, we put the information there, read it, sort of thing. Plus I've got a Discord. So all the team captains are in the Discord, plus the riders. So the information's just a lot better.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
They're going to try and take on ZRL. Be interesting because if Dirt decide to pull its riders out of ZRL and just concentrate on their own series, that's going to be a big hit to ZRL numbers. I can't hope it happens because I hate the ZRL guys.
What about like if everyone just does it? Like everyone takes their riders of ZRL now.
Yeah, well, that's the
makes
thing
their own series.
If Dirt goes onto the Dirt series, a lot of other teams will follow in the B cats, that's for sure. Because Dirt basically is, dominates the B category. Yeah. So if riders want to race against the B cat, good riders, they've got to race against Dirt. The only rule I don't like about it, but I do, it's good, but it's bad, is you got eight riders per team. but only 4 count. So the top 4 point scorers count towards your score, which is good in terms of, it means you can only have, if you only have 4 riders, you still compete. But it's bad, like Katie's team, she doesn't feel like it's worth it because she never gets top 4 points. So what's the point of riding?
Yeah, it's like it's good for smaller teams, but like full teams of 8 people, like there's always like 2 people who never score points. So why ride?
Yeah. But the good thing is you don't get disqualified. Like if you finish with 1 rider, you don't get disqualified. Which is, I wish WTRL had that rule. I don't care about the 4 riders. But if you finish with 1 rider, don't disqualify them. One of the teams did a DTT with 1 rider. WTRL says, as long as it's not their strongest rider, as long as it's not gaming in the system, they're fine with that.
Yeah, with like WTRL, if you don't have 4 riders, you're immediately disqualified. Well, there it's just like, if you have 1 rider, you just have less points, because there's no way you can have as much points as just 1 rider.
Yeah, because sometimes, I mean, shit happens. Like the last week, it was really hot in Europe, so people just couldn't be bothered to ride anyway, because it was 30 to 35 degrees in their pain case.
Yeah, like last Saturday it was like 34 degrees here, and like I'm in the attic, so it takes like all the sunlight for the entire day. So the attic is like 40 degrees at that point.
Yeah, and in Europe too, when it's hot, it's humid. In Australia, people like to brag about the heat, but if it's a dry heat, it's not so bad. The fans work. But as soon as you get humidity, then it just kills you. You need air conditioning, man.
Yeah, it's like, if we go on holiday, like in France, I have no trouble with like the 32 degrees, and even in France it's still pretty humid, but not as humid as it is here. So, like, if it's over 25 degrees here, like, you're like dying inside. But like in France and stuff, 30 degrees is pretty manageable. Still hot, but like more manageable than in the Netherlands.
Yeah, exactly. Like London, 32 degrees is not Barcelona 32 degrees, that's for sure.
I just realized I only have 54 more to go, so.
Are you going to do, well, you're talking about doing trenching for fuck's sake, but are you just going to count the meters gained, including the reverse epic?
Well, no, I'm doing 60 of them, so only the radio tower should account for 9,000 meters already.
Yeah. I was thinking the other day when I did the Everesting, because you do the lead in from the road to the sky, and I wonder how many people actually remember to take 40 meters off or whatever it is that you get. Maybe it's not 40, might be 20 that you get coming into the road.
Yeah, I think it's around like 30 meters or something.
Yeah, I did an extra 10 meters, but I was doing an egg, but I couldn't be fucked with the Hall of Fame stuff.
But I'm really interested in how Troy does it compared to Aaron, so like on Tuesday. I want to see who gets the faster time. I already annoyed him with saying he has to go faster than Aaron, so.
Yeah, Aaron didn't, well, the reps that we did, the last full rep, he just turned around right at the bottom. Same with his half rep. I'm not sure if he took many actual stops. I think it was pretty efficient with his rest stops. It's going pretty good too, considering how hot it was.
Yeah, it was like really hot, so, and I think he had like 25 minutes more elapsed time, so that's like really not a lot.
The interesting thing was I did it at far less power than him. I did 205 watts, and when I was riding with him, I was doing about 220 watts most of the time. But he was only an hour faster than me, which, I mean, that was a lot. But, well, he probably did less than an hour faster than me.
Yeah, I don't know, because I think he did like the same wattage as I did like last year. But I did it in like 10 hours and 40 minutes, and he now did it like half an hour slower. Well, yeah. I think we had like the same watts per kilo.
Yeah, that's right. I remember now. He was doing 1 hour reps, I think, for a while, and then I was doing 1 hour 10 reps. Like he was doing, I think for the first 4 years, probably doing my 235, 240 watts compared to my 205.
Yeah, and his graph was like really green. Like the first 4 were like pure tempo zone.
Yeah, I thought he was going to blow up for sure when he was saying he was doing hour reps. I was like, really? But his fitness has really come on since he was racing in C grade.
Yeah, I don't know. We rode in the Eiffel together, and he, well, like on the shallower grades, I'm pretty good, so I can just like output my power. But when it gets like over 15%, my back just gives in. So he actually dropped me on like 2 climbs, which had like 20% pitches. So I think we had like a climb of like 20 minutes, and he did like, I think, well, I did 305 watts, so it's like 5 watts per kilo with Ruben, and I think he was like only half a minute behind us, so he has to be doing like 4.7, 4.8 for 20 minutes, so that should be definitely 8 calories.
Yeah, it's good to see his fitness cut back, because he was in a pretty dark place last year.
Yeah, it's like, I think he now doesn't really care. Like, when we started cycling like ZRL 1.5 years ago, like the seasons 2 years ago, we were like all pretty, like, we thought our fitness was pretty important, and I think Aaron had the same. And then he just like, at the moment your fitness goes like a bit down, you're already like mentally it's just hard to keep going. But I think he now like has way more fun in cycling than just a year ago.
Yeah, I try and like I do get a little bit down sometimes if my fitness goes down, but I got to remember, like I'm not getting paid for this. It's just for fun. And the bit that I like is actually the process. So even if I got stupidly fast, even if I was Geraint Thomas, the reality is I wouldn't be getting into a team because I'm too old. And then so what? Like I'm stupidly fast. But there's always a point where you're not going to get any faster no matter what. So it's no use worrying about that point. So it's just a matter of keeping the balance of enjoying the riding. And losing fitness is actually something that you can then go, okay, I'll deliberately lose fitness or accidentally lose fitness, but then I can enjoy the process of getting back to a bit of fitness.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, like, I as much as I like enjoy riding fast up hills, I am more like interested in like longer events or just the longer endurance rides, just because you see way more. So
yeah,
as much as I like want to be able to do 5.5 watts per kilo for 20 minutes again, it's not like I'm going for it. Like I'm more going for longer endurance rides, and in summer vacation, like in Austria, I just want to ride my bike for like 7 hours a day or something. Well, it's not every day, but like some days. Instead of like powering up the climb for 10 minutes and getting a KOM, and then calling it a day.
Yeah, that's the thing. I sort of hit a little bit of a flat spot when I realised that I can do any event that I enter. Like, yeah, I can go harder or faster, but there's no event that I enter that I shouldn't finish. And that sort of realisation sort of gave me a bit of a flat spot, because I was like, well, what's the point of entering the events then? Because I'm not proving myself anything. But so I'll do events outdoors, but I don't get as much enjoyment from doing the events outdoors anymore, because it used to be like, wow, I completed it, because I was a bit worried I wasn't going to. But now, yeah, it's kind of a bummer to think, oh, actually, I'm not going to get any enjoyment from finishing it, because all I'm worried about is how fast I do it, not whether I do it.
Yeah, it's more of a challenge like how fast you do it, instead of like it's a challenge to actually finish the event.
Yeah, like that excitement and scariness of thinking, can I do this? Is much more thrilling than, can I do it 2 minutes faster? It's a bit different for you because you're younger. But when you're old like me, and you know, no matter how fast you go, you're old. So accolades and things like that, they're far gone. I could go and enter races, but I just hear one of those idiots that wins local races and thinks he's a hero. But the reality is, no one cares.
And it's also the fact that I'm pretty like not comfortable riding a race in a full peloton or something. Like a nice endurance event or something with like 1,000 people is more easy to ride in a group, because it's like no one is fighting for position or something. Or of course you want to go like fast through a sport team or something, but it's not like an actual crit race where everyone is just bumping into each other.
Exactly. Like I could go and do crit races, but I think I'll probably be an idiot and be racing for position, fall over and hurt myself. For what? What reason? So poor old Whitney and my mum had to visit me at hospital because I was trying to stroke my ego.
Yeah, I mean, I already crashed twice riding alone, so I don't know what's going to happen if I ride in a group.
Yeah, when I broke my face, it wasn't so much because it wasn't really a race. And I wasn't really racing, I was just riding along thinking about what I was going to have for dinner. So when I crashed like that, it was like, well, shit happens. But then when I broke my clavicle, it's because I was testing my sprint. And it wasn't so much breaking the clavicle, I was getting the brain injury where I had really bad concussion. And as Phil Lovett, like experiencing now, having bad concussion is actually far more scary than any other injury in your body, besides of course, you know, losing your mobility like your legs or something. But in terms of broken bones, that's nothing compared to worrying about your brain. The last thing you want to do is become a vegetable and have your family have to look after you all the time.
Yeah, so like breaking bones, they will like recover. Like I broke both my elbows, but the only thing I cannot do now is fully stretch my elbows. But I could like overstretch them, so I think I can like stretch them like normal people can. So I think it's actually better than it was before. So.
I've been pretty bad with my physio for my shoulder. I did it for about 6 weeks and then stopped. So I still, like today, I reached up to get the coffee. It was like, my shoulder is still so weak. God, I'm an idiot. If I put the amount of energy into doing my physio as I do my cycling, I'd be bloody buff like Phil Lovett, or was.
Yeah, it's like, I think 6 years ago, my shoulders, I had like half a year of physio for my shoulders, because they went like out of their socket like every other day. When I went to sleep and I put like the covers over me, like my shoulder would get out of socket just from the movement. So I think I had like every week we had like a cross country race with running, and I would just run with my arm like in front of my stomach because my shoulder was out of the socket again. So that's fixed now, but like my shoulders are not strong.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's just from like running for like like just only running and just doing nothing with like your upper body. At some point, like your arms are just like.
I keep saying to myself, I really should improve my sprint by going to the gym, but it never happens. I really need to get as, I don't know if you're watching, but his name, what his name is anyway, he's a really good motivational speaker, and just talking about setting targets, creating habits and things. Mark Lewis, I think. Anyway,
Yeah.
I really need to listen to him more. Because I know once I get into the routine of doing it, I'll do it. Like my cycling. I'm worried that I take my cycling way too seriously in terms of maybe it could be a problem. I've got to make sure I don't fall into the trap of basic anorexia, but not the eating part, just the sporting part.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you just want to not think about like cycling or something, but it's just like you're too into it or something.
Yeah, because when I look at it, it's pretty ridiculous, even with you, in terms of the percentage of population we're at for our fitness. Like, it's good, as long as it remains healthy in the mind. Like, I feel Rich worries me sometimes because he just won't take days off. I think he's actually not that fast. Like, he's fast, but for the training he does, he's actually pretty slow. I think it's because he just never has enough breaks. He should have 1 or 2 weeks off far more often. I don't think he ever has had 1 or 2 weeks off.
Yeah, it's like some with Mick as well, what he said in, I think yesterday in the Discord, with him like going on holiday with his family and just like having 10 days off the bike. And he said he has never done that in like the past 4 years. And I don't know, I've had like a lot of 1 or 2 week breaks or something, just sometimes just because I'm mentally out of it or something. But other times when I'm just like, I know I just had like a lot of load and I just had to like back off for like half a week or something.
Yeah. And that gets back to the point I was saying where I've got to tell myself that losing fitness to the body is a good thing, because overall you get faster, but also it's good for your health. Like, Phil Rich always talks about his hormones, having trouble with his hormones, and yet instead of having a day off, he still goes and does a bloody 100-kilometre spin on Zwift.
Yeah, his days off are like 2-hour rides in like zone 1, but it's like you need to.
And then you look at Phil Lovett, who doesn't train anywhere near as much as Phil Rich. Works a full-time job. Well, Phil Rich does as well, but you look at the training loads, and Phil Rich should be so much faster, and yet Phil Lovett beats him up those climbs. So, and he beat him in the TT. So, yeah, Phil Rich is definitely losing performance because of his obsession with making sure he's not spending time off the bike at all.
Yeah, I'm sure he can like, now his endurance base is really good, but like if you take a week off and maybe just build back up to it like in like less than 1200 load a week, you will have like almost like the same base, or maybe even better, because you can like hit better power numbers, because
I'm not sure if I caught everything, but on Zert, Phil Rich's 5 stars, which is the training load, which is like 150 on Zert. Now, out of curiosity, when Matthew Vanderpool posted all his rides on Strava from his recovery, I put them all into Zert, made an account for him. A free account, but you can still do it all. And his training load was the same or less than mine when he was doing his base builds. 4 stars, 110. And yet he's so much faster than Phil Rich. Like, sure, his physiology is much better, but if Matthew Vanderpool's training for classics, doing far less riding than Phil Rich, having 2 days off sometimes, then I think Phil Rich is definitely the classic case of amateur cyclist thinking you have to ride more, get faster, but making himself slower.
Yeah, it's also what my running coach, like, there's some people in our running group that run like, I think 100 miles a week, just because they run like every day, and like rest days there are like 10-mile runs. And of course they're training for like marathons, but it's like, he always says like rest days are the most important days in a week. But there's like guys running for 10 days in a row and then taking one day off, where they will like go for a spin on the bike for an hour or something, and that's their day off.
Make sure you eat and drink.
Yeah, I've got everything worked out in a spreadsheet what I want to eat and drink, but I think I have to up the drinks.
Yeah, it becomes really hard to actually get anything into you after, well, I find my last two full ascents on the Alp, it wasn't even that I was going hard. It's just the fact that you're trying to put stuff into your stomach and your stomach's finding it hard to process with your blood's in your legs.
Yeah, it's basically just rejecting the food you're putting into your body at some point.
Yeah, I had to go just to full sugar the last two ascents. I just couldn't get any food in me. I felt like I was going to vomit. I think I was averaging about 70 carbs per hour, which isn't what I normally do. I normally do more if I'm racing. I was doing basically bottom zone 2. And I found that if I'm doing bottom zone 2, I can't really do 100 carbs per hour without making myself really sick.
Yeah, I now have like 100 carbs in my bottles, like in each bottle there's 100 carbs.
Yeah, sugar's the best for me. But I figured just drinking sugar and water for 12 hours might not be so good for the gut. I'd be sitting on the toilet too often the next day.
Yeah, I've also got like a lot of gels, but at some point like gels just don't. Like the day after I have like a big ride, I sometimes have like I don't know what it is, but like I don't even know the English word, but the top of your mouth, I don't know how it's called, but like it's like it just gets like fiery or something. Like when you put something else in your mouth, it's like rejecting it because there's no sugar in it or something.
I've got a theory that you're getting your sugar right when you start craving savoury things like pizzas and pies and things.
Yeah, but I'm trying to now do like, I think I'm averaging like a bottle each hour or like an hour and 15 minutes. So that's like 800 milliliters. And then I'm doing like a bar or a gel each half hour. Or sometimes like some jelly beans or something because they're just easy to eat up.
I also suffer from low magnesium unless I take supplements. I'm not sure if it's because of my exercising so much or if it's just me. I don't absorb magnesium very well in food. So I got into trouble because I ran out of magnesium tablets. Kept on forgetting to go to the shops to buy it. And then I did that full PRL in 4.5 hours attempt. Cramped up shockingly hard after 3 hours. And then the next day, cramped up shockingly hard after 2 hours. So then went to the shops, got my magnesium, and shoved the maximum dose into my mouth ever since. And I've been fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I have like, not like a shortage of magnesium, but I do like take 1 tablet a day, just with breakfast.
Yeah, I've read that cyclists should, but I think because a lot of people I ride at those events, they don't take magnesium, but they must absorb it much better than I do. But I'd still recommend anyone doing as much cycling as I do, just take at least minimum dosage, the tablets, because I think it might be one of the reasons why I got issues with my heart. Because I had the electricals, basically my heart got haywire. And being low on magnesium, I'm sure that's part of the process for the heart. So, wouldn't be surprised.
Well, we're almost 10 in.
Didn't pick that up.
We've done, this is the 10th ascent already, so almost at 1800 meters of elevation.
Yeah, I've done basically the Alpe with you. I'm at 1066 now.
Yeah, I have to like, I don't know what the elevation is before the start, but it's like, I think 300 meters or something. If you take the route to sky route now.
Take notice next time. Basically, at an hour or 1,000 meters. That includes the reverse epic, of course. I did that at about 3.4. Started off slow, but 3.4 after I warmed up.
Yeah, it's just easy that the radio tower is like a flat 150 elevation, so you can easily just calculate it in your head, like at what percent you are, basically. So.
Yeah, you should have Lee Evans joining you later on. He loves doing the radio tower. He was planning on doing everything on the radio tower. Not sure if he will.
I'm quite enjoying the mountain now. Like, I've done it so many times now, so I made my own mental checkpoints with like the 400 meter elevation assigned, then the 17% corner, and then the 500 meter elevation assigned.
Yeah, Phil Lovett loves this climb. He'd definitely be joining you if he wasn't fucked up.
Yeah, it's at least nice to see that. I saw him in like, well, I was pretty busy, but I've been in a couple of Nick's streams with his like TTDs, and I saw Phil sometimes, so that's at least good to see.
Yeah, I think he's still on a bit of discomfort, but I think he posted yesterday saying that he's not having so much issues with his going to the toilet, because we're going to take those strong painkillers, you get blocked up. So I think he must be easing off the painkillers.
Yeah, it's
he's
like,
still got he's still got his back brace on, as far as I know, so that's bloody uncomfortable, I'm sure.
Yeah, but what happened to him is like the bones and stuff. Well, as harsh as it is, but they will basically like just recover and at some point just get back.
Yeah, the good thing is he's the sort of person who loves doing that sort of training. Even if he wasn't injured, he's basically doing training with weights and things anyway. So
yeah.
If anyone's going to recover really well, it's going to be Phil. It's just his mental capacity he's worried about, because obviously with his job, he needs to be really on the ball. One of the worst things I found with concussion for me was that I got angry very easily, because you're sort of frustrated the whole time. Can't remember things, you can't concentrate. And when people sort of like, why can't you do this? You just get pissed off. So I told Phil, you're going to be angry. It's okay. Part of the concussion. You still got to try and not be angry to people, but don't get down on yourself if you snap at your wife or your mum because she says something and you get pissed off.
Yeah, it's like frustrating that you cannot do things or like cannot remember things that you usually could before it. So
Yeah, and just the fact that you feel like a burden. So you're angry that you feel like a burden too.
Yeah.
Also angry at yourself for actually doing the crashing.
Yeah, like when I broke my elbows, the problem was I broke both my elbows, so I couldn't do anything. And you just like, you just feel like you're a pain in the ass for like 2 weeks straight.
Yeah, you had it pretty bad. When I hurt my thumb, I found it bloody hard. Surprising how hard it is to do things with one hand, but when you got no hands, yeah, you are stuffed.
Yeah, we've got like a Dutch thing, and it's called koekhappen. It's basically like you put like cookies like on a washing line, and you just bite them off. And I got really good at it in those 2 weeks because I could like eat anything off a plate without using my hands.
If you can't wipe your butt, you can't wipe your butt with it, can you?
No, yeah. Going to the toilet was like, at some point you realize you had to go to the toilet, and you're just like holding it up for like a couple of hours because you don't want to. And it's not good for you, but it's like because you don't want to ask like, hey, can you help me go to the toilet? Because it sounds weird.
Who would have been right? He didn't go to the toilet for 2 weeks, he said. He said his first pee was harder than any other cycling effort he's ever done.
But I'm pretty happy I recovered pretty quickly. They said I should have had my cast for like 3 weeks, but like 2 weeks later I had like a checkup and everything was basically recovered, so I was 1 week faster, so quite happy with that. So
Yeah, that's good. Did you hear what Heil did when he broke his arm?
no.
I forgot when it was or how he did it, but he broke his arm. And Piglet said that went to the hospital, they put a cast on him. When he got home, he cut the cast off and just kept on riding.
Wow, that's crazy. Wow.
Can't be good, but God is a hard ass.
Yeah, no, I think 1 week in and I could get on the bike without like too much trouble. And like, I think 10 days in I could actually touch the bars of my bike, so I could like, I didn't have to sit like straight up.
Yeah, sprinting's funny, isn't it? When I had my cast on, you still can sprint, you just feel like an idiot because you're doing some weird ass sprint sitting up.
Yeah, I remember like winning a no hands seated sprint from Ireland. Like,
yeah, but it's not like a really, it's like not like a true seated sprint because you're sort of hopping up and down.
Yeah, you're just you feel like you're gonna fall off your bike at some point, but it just doesn't happen because your bike is like stuck in the trainer.
If I was streaming at the time, it would be hilarious.
Yeah, you're bumping up and down, and you're like, I know, you push your body a bit forward, so you have like a sort of falling momentum in your legs. Like you've got the feeling you're gonna fall, so your legs just spin faster.
Yeah, plus you're like you mess it up too if you're in the wrong gear, so you just start spinning.
No, but it's still one of my best sprints, and I don't know why, but I did like 880 watts for 15 seconds.
Yeah, but it's because you freshen up. Everyone seems to not realise it, but sprinters when they train, they don't train like us. They have far more rest because you lose your sprint if you do train as much as we do. So track cyclists, they have 2 or 3 days off. Often, not just once every 3 weeks. They'll do a session, like a really hard session, they have 2 or 3 days off. Otherwise, they don't get any faster. So like Mick posted, and same with Ed was surprised. when you have a good time off, it's usually when you have your best sprint.
Yeah. And also like the difference if you do like 4 hours of zone 2 before like sprinting a segment or something, or 4 hours of zone 1. Like my sprint is so much better if I spin at like 100 watts compared to like 180.
Yeah. One reason why I always have Mondays off before the ZRL or a Tuesday night race, just because I know it doesn't make a huge difference, but it's going to add 10, 20 watts to my sprint, which is massively important. If I was targeting the event, I'd take 2 or 3 days off because I know I'm fit enough to stay with the group, but it'll make a massive difference to my sprint.
Yeah, I'm just not good enough at Zwift to be in a good position to sprint.
Yeah, but I think in A grade, if you're an A plus rider, like basically I'm an A plus rider, I just don't do TTs, and you just sandbag a lot in the bunch, even some of the climbs, you're still pretty fresh when it starts getting hard. So in that last minute, that's still a sprint really. So it does make a big difference. It's one of my theories about why, as you go up, like Scott Brotherhood, he's a bloody good sprinter. He hardly ever won in BCAT. Now he's racing in ACAT. He often wins because ACAT riders are fast, but the sprint's been dulled.
Yeah, it's like I often even in ZRL I sometimes even got like a top 15 or top 10 in sprints, and I'm not really considering myself a good sprinter. Like I don't have like bad power, but normally if you do like 800 watts for 15 seconds, it's not like there should be people doing more than that.
Yeah, exactly. Like CCAT have got awesome sprinters because they do get a lot of rest. The paces are harder, so they lose a bit of their sprint. But if you just take them on in a sprint, CCAT riders are some of the best sprinters on Zwift. And they're doing 5 hours a week. So take for that what you will.
Looks like I'm going around 1100 meters per hour, so that should take me 8 hours. But with like possibly like half an hour of breaks in between, it's going to take like way longer.
Yeah, it's going to get very hard to keep 3.6 up in the last 2 hours, I reckon, too.
Yeah, well, the workout I have on is a negative split, so I'm hoping to do that, but it's going to be hard.
You might be able to do it. Depends how hard mentally you go. I'm a soft bastard, so I just did it easy.
Yeah, when I did like in May, I did like 2 long rides with Troy, and I rode like it was like a 200 kilometers ride, and then the day after it was 240 kilometers, like around a full province in the Netherlands, and it was like the flattest 240 pace ever because I had like I think 100 meters of elevation, and it was like full over a dike. And at one point I had like the last 30 kilometers were into like a 50-kilometer headwind, and I went like, I think the last 30 kilometers I took 2.5 hours over it, and it was like flat. So, and like mentally, I just couldn't keep the power up anymore. I took a break after 20 minutes.
Yeah, headwind plays with your mind so much more than gradient.
It's also, I found out it's like really hard for your back. Like climbing can get hard for your back, but the good part is you normally always descend after it, so you can like rest again. But when you're in a headwind, your back has like the same pain as on the climb, but like you just turn and it's still flat, so you still have to pedal.
Yeah, exactly. Because also on the climb, even if it's like a 3-hour climb, you can still stand up, change positions, because air doesn't matter. But in the wind, your mind's like, I've got to be as aero as possible. And that gets hard.
Yeah, and the bad part is my physiology is not like made for flat rides. With like 60 kilos and 190 centimeters, I'm not like the most aero guy ever.
We always laugh at Peter McMullen because he's like 2 meters and 3 centimeters or something. And Zwift just screws him over with the CDA. He's shit on the climbs and shit on the descents.
Well, I met him in Wales, and it's just like, I don't have a lot of times where I feel small, but like when I saw him, I was already seated on the table where we had like dinner, and he just came around the corner, and I was like, who is this giant?
It's no wonder he's got long arms on the streams.
Yeah. He needs 2 cameras, like one for his body and one for his bike. Then it might fit, but
Yeah, didn't he smash everyone on the climbs?
well, he got better as the day went on. So, and I just couldn't keep the. I had like a flat, like 25 kilometers in, and I was riding with Ed and Phil back to the group, but we were doing like 230 watts on the flats, so it wasn't fun. And then we got to like Bogey Gross, and I think I did like 290 watts to keep Ed's wheel on it, and I was fully done at the top. And it started hailing and snowing, and I basically just froze.
Yeah, you look pretty cooked on Phil's video of that climb.
Yeah, well, the worst part is I felt like I was pretty done at that point because we had like 80 kilometers of, I think I had normalized 250 watts on 80 kilometers. So that's like 4 watts per kilo. And then we got to the climb and I got up it, but it was like crazy steep. And like on the descent, I got like 2 flat jacks from Nick, which basically saved me from the ride because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get back to the car.
Did you watch that Connor Dunn GCM video about eating and being a cyclist?
Yeah.
It's actually a really good video because there's so much shit about keto adaptation or, you know, eating for the ride and stuff. But I always tell everyone, cyclists are obsessed with being a light climber because they think that'll be fun. But the reality is, if you could choose to be any sort of cyclist in the world, surely you'd choose like someone like Peter Sagan at his best. He wasn't light, but it was an absolute weapon, even on climbs. Because most of the climbs that you do, they're not bloody outdoors. Peter Sagan would rip up those climbs that most of us do. But then on the flats, he'd just rip the legs off the climbers.
Yeah, it's like...
So I'd love to be that rather than someone like Simon Yates or something.
Yeah, it's like... The stupid part is like I weigh like like 62 kilos. But when I didn't cycle and only ran, like in my opinion, running it's even, I don't know why, but it's worse with like keeping weight and like everyone in, at least in the Netherlands, at like top level. If you look at these athletes, it's like, if you look from at them from the side, you cannot even see them because they're like that skinny. And when I was like only running, I think I weighed like 57 kilos, so I gained like 5 kilos only from cycling.
Yeah, but someone with your sort of, or your age, because when I was younger, I was a skinny fuck, just naturally. It's not a matter of making sure you don't eat too much. It's a matter of eating as much as your body well can, because you're not going to put much weight on unless you just sit on the couch eating McDonald's.
Yeah, it's like, and well, basically, like my dad has the same, and like Troy's even lighter than I am, and I think Troy weighs like 59 kilos or something, and he's basically just as tall. But it's like, it's also like our physiology just is made like that. Like if I could maybe gain like 3 more kilos or something, but I would have to like get off the bike for 2 weeks and actually eat as much as I'm eating right now, and that's just hard to do because the only reason I can eat this much is because I cycle this much.
Yeah, like your body, like for me now that I'm older, I can get fatter because I can just eat, and my body won't sort of say, no, you're full, and I don't burn enough of it. So I can gain weight. Like I got to 100 kilos when I wasn't doing exercise. But when I was much younger, 20 years old, I just stayed at sort of 70, 72, 73 kilos, regardless of what I ate, because I just stopped eating when I was full. I wouldn't go out, I'd eat more. And my physiology is not as thin as you are, so yeah. Like I fully understand your skinniness. Ethan, on the other hand, is completely different, but that's a different story. But for someone like you and your brother, like you're just, no matter what you eat, you're always going to be pretty damn skinny unless you just stop riding completely.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how tall Ethan is, to be honest, but like it's definitely like a different story. But it's also like, I think when he was like a top level UK runner, it's pretty much drilled in. Like what we get from our group, I'm like one of the more not skinny people in our running group, which is pretty weird and stuff. But like, it's just drilled in that you go faster if you are skinnier, which in one way is true, but in the other way you lose so much power and like you get so much stress fractures because I think Ethan stopped running because he got too much injuries. But if you're that skinny and you run like 10 miles, at the end of it, your shins and your knees and your ankles are totally broken. Like
exactly. It doesn't surprise me that you had to stop because of stress fractures. Because yeah, if you get to that point, you're so fragile. Running's hard enough as it is. There's a sweet spot in running, obviously. Like if you're a heavy fucker, you're going to get stress fractures. So you don't want to be too heavy, but you need to have good nutrition.
Yeah, and it's also like, if I went on a 90-minute run or something, like 3 years ago, I would not take any food and drinks with me, because I would just run 90 minutes and hydrate beforehand and afterwards. But like on the 90-minute run, I would have nothing. And if I now go for a 90-minute cycle or something, I just drink a full bottle and like a gel and a bar.
Yeah, it was hilarious when Vegas Cyclist did that triathlon last year. And he's running, he's like, how do you eat and run? This is ridiculous. He's just joking.
You just don't.
Can't drink.
Yeah, it's hard as it is. Like sometimes at like 5K runs, there's like stops with like water, but you just miss the bottles and stuff.
Like the ultra marathon runners, they do the camelback fluids with the camelback. That's the only way you can do it. That was one of the issues I had with Backpedal a while ago, when Ethan was posting a lot, and everyone was always being, you know, that's awesome nutrition, and everyone was posting up all these bloody great meals, but kind of sends the wrong signal. As you say, when you hang out with cyclists and runners, everyone's all about losing weight, being light as possible. So I was always trying to add in, this is what I really eat. This fat shit sometimes. So if you feel like eating something that isn't a salad, that's fine.
Yeah, I enjoyed the post that Ian made yesterday with his first stop on his 200-mile ride with like a just halfway eaten cheeseburger, making a picture at that point because you forgot to make one at the start and stuff.
Yeah, David always sends me pictures of stuff that he eats. He's like, imagine if the fuckers knew what I ate.
Yeah, like when we went back from, like last Sunday, I went for a ride in the Ardennes with Troy, and we went back and we just looked at each other and we were like, yeah, we're going to McDonald's. And I got like 2 burgers, a large fry, and a milkshake, a large milkshake. And I had that thing finished in like 5 minutes.
And that's the thing, like I don't say go and eat McDonald's every day. But if you're on a ride, McDonald's is the most convenient way to get food into you. Do it, because it's much better than thinking, nah, I'll go to the next place. And then the next place never comes.
Yeah.
But one great advantage with McDonald's, it never seems to give you stomach issues as far as my experience. You don't get food poisoning. It's easy for your body to process.
Yeah, and it's a lot of calories.
When I did my first Everest, I just bought a massive slab of caramel slice and finished off the caramel slice doing the Everest.
Yeah, now 2 years in a row I'm just doing the Everest the day before my birthday. Just so I can get as much cake in me as possible on my birthday. Yeah.
Yeah. I've already ordered my jersey. They're on back order now if you've got small or extra small. But they'll come in eventually, like last year.
Yeah, last year I got mine in like November, I think.
Yeah, I think last year the same thing happened to me. I ordered it, and then I don't think they've actually even got any jerseys in stock. I think they order them to come in after the Everesting challenge, and then they send the first one out. Because I think I got mine about 2 or 3 weeks after the challenge finished. Of course, all the smalls and extra smalls are out of stock because that's who's doing everything, isn't it? Not many extra larges. This year's jersey is so much nicer than last year's. I actually didn't like last year's jersey. I hardly ever wear it when I'm outdoors.
Yeah, I just wear it because I don't have a lot of jerseys, but I don't really like. There's like almost no color on it, and it's basically impossible to see like why the jersey is the jersey. It just looks like a black jersey with like a couple of orange stripes on it, but now
Yeah, the
this
new
just
one's
has like
much.
it just has like an added color to it, and that just makes the jersey way more enjoyable.
But there's too much black on the stomach area. And yeah, it just doesn't look nice. I think I've grown to like it a bit more, but when I first got it, I was like, oh, this is shit, I never wear this. I saw one guy with the full kit. He had the jersey and the bibs. And I was just out doing a zone 2 ride, and he went past me on the hill. I kept on zone 2, and eventually I caught up to him again. I think he must have seen me and tried to blow past me, and just ended up blowing up.
You gotta make the jersey proud, right? So if you wear the jersey, you have to like smash it up times.
I do admit I went from like mid zone 2 to upper zone 2 because he had the jersey. I was like, that fucker. It was funny though, because I think he thought he dropped me, because he lost me a bit, and then we went down a little hill and he stopped pedaling. I just kept on the pedals, got a bit of momentum. Then we got to the next hill, and he got to the top, and he turned around and you could see his face like, oh fuck. I was just going past him. And it's part of a segment where you go out, back, out, back. So I saw he was doing the same segment as me, because I went past him, did the U-turn and went back up the hill again. And he was doing the same thing, but he never caught back up to me.
You're mentally broken when you pass back.
Yeah. It's really funny riding outdoors now, because I hardly ever do it. But when I do, it's like riding in Zwift when you're in CCAT. You very rarely ever see anyone who's actually fast.
Yeah, it's like when I do my endurance rides, I just ride at like 200 watts. And sometimes I get like passed by these guys who are like smashing 260 watts, but you just look at them and you notice that they're like, they ride like twice a week and they just do their rides at like full tempo.
Yeah, like I find it weird that if I do the same sort of efforts I do in Zwift, so say if I sit on my L2P, like Lucy rides, outdoors, I'm going so stupidly fast. It sort of feels dangerous, especially when you get a slight downhill and you're still putting the pedal there, like power on the pedals.
Yeah, it's like I have like a loop, like I think 10 miles north of me, and it's like a full loop where there's no cars and it's like tarmac bike path, and it's just, but it's so open that with the wind, you always like put your intervals with like headwind and your rest in tailwind, and you just always seem to go faster on tailwind when you're like riding along watts. But like a lot of people do that loop, and it's like I think 18 kilometers, and I think the KOM is like 48 kilometers an hour, and it has like 3 180-degree turns, so it's like crazy fast.
Yeah, I'd have so much fun if I didn't have Zwift in terms of, because I was still the same fitness. I wouldn't be as fit if I didn't have Zwift. But if I just spent my whole time doing that, there are guys that are really fast that do it, but they're very few that I'd see. Most of the guys are just sort of weekend warriors. Go out there, struggling to do 180 watts. As you say, that they're all bloody going as hard as they can for the whole time.
Yeah, yeah. And to be honest, if I was time crunched and I had like 2 possibilities to ride my bike, I would possibly do the same. But so I get it, but it's like, it looks like people always like seem to join up with each other just to go as fast as possible. And at some point there are like a lot of groups that do their rides on Sunday, and it's like you've got like a peloton of 15 riders riding 40 kilometers an hour through like cities, and
yeah, we
you
had that.
just look at it.
Yeah, we had that at St Kilda Road. They got like the Hells Ride, so like 300 riders all meet up, just so they can go do the loop fast, which sort of makes me laugh because of shit. You're not racing; it's not actually a result. You just do the route faster. So the actual training effort's no different than if you just did a shorter route for the same amount of time.
Yeah, and it's like if you want to do a workout, you have to like ride your power. And if you're not in a group and you're riding 32 kilometers an hour average, and you're doing the same power as you would be doing like at 38 kilometers an hour in a group, I'd rather take the solo ride.
Yeah, and when you're in a group too, you can't keep constant power. So you actually do it like, not sprint templates, but it's like on, off, on, off, on, off. It's actually really shit training, unless you're training to be in a race. You don't do that every bloody day.
No, and there's like a lot of hate towards cyclists here, and mostly towards cyclists in a group. And I do get it, like, if there's a bike path besides the road, I always make sure to ride on the bike path, but you just see these pelotons of 10 riders. And of course they're going faster, so I kind of get that they're not riding on the bike path, but you're riding on a road where cars can go like 80 kilometers an hour. And they're not expecting to see cyclists on the road because there's a bike path.
Yeah, like I definitely get it for the safety aspect. And also get it if you're just doing like a once a week fun ride. Just that we ride so much that we wouldn't do it every ride, whereas if you're riding 2 or 3 times a week, you definitely do it.
And I think last week there was like a group riding for charity, like 20 guys or something. And they were riding just on the correct side of the road. It was like a farmland road, so it was like pretty wide, but the bike path is connected on the road. And there was like a pickup truck that went onto their lane and drove into like 3 of them, just because they didn't like cyclists or something, I don't know.
Bloody hell.
And it's like, it gets posted on Facebook and Insta, and you just see the comments on it, and you just, I don't know. People are so, I don't know, rage
YouTube and
induced.
Facebook comments are fucking terrible when it comes to cyclists.
Yeah, I always read through them because it's pretty funny to see. You always have these guys that like comment like, yeah, every cyclist is not paying attention and stuff, and they always scream and yell when they're behind you and stuff. But it's mostly just big groups that do that, and
so many dickheads make those comments.
Yeah.
The funniest one is like, oh, they always go through red lights. But like where I live, it's a 40-kilometre-an-hour zone, and guaranteed there's going to be 30 or 40 cars in an hour doing like 60 k's an hour. Then late at night, there's cars doing burnouts as they accelerate away. So, I mean, I'd much rather a dickhead on a bike ride down my street yelling and screaming than some guy doing a burnout doing 80 kilometres an hour in a 40k zone, because it's a school zone and also it's a shopping precinct. So you're like crossing the road to get to your car and things. Oh, grannies and stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous. And they've all got Rego, which is the other one. Oh, get Rego and get insurance and stuff. It's like, yeah, that makes no difference. People still drive like dickheads with Rego.
Yeah, it's also like, I don't know, there's like a lot of people who have just share their personal experiences with like being a pedestrian on a bike, because we like in the Netherlands, cycle paths are pretty well made, to be honest, but a lot of times there's not like a pedestrian side of the road or something, so they have to walk on the cycle path. And the problem is, if I ring my bell, they get scared, so they just fly across the road. But if I say, hey, excuse me, they get mad at me for yelling at them.
Yeah, you can never win. People get angry at you just for using the bell. You're like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, and when when you don't ring it, they're like, don't you have a bell?
Yeah, you never win sometimes. Like it's only a small percentage, but it's the same as like cyclists or cars. You remember all the dickheads. That's what people remember, all the cycling dickheads. They just don't remember all the cyclists who basically they never notice because they're just like you and I. Well, not me all the time. Sometimes I'm a dickhead, but you don't remember all the cyclists doing the good things.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, and it's weird because everyone 8 cyclists here, but when I'm, well, I don't have a driver's license, but when I'm riding with my dad somewhere or something, I've never had a bad experience with a group of cyclists or something. So I don't know, because everyone seems to rage at them, so it must happen pretty common, but I've never encountered anything like it, so. And I know they are there, but it's like, it's not like as much as they say it is.
Yeah, the funny thing is you come from a country that actually accepts cyclists far more than my country. You've got much better cycling infrastructure. A lot more people cycle. Yeah. And yet you still have the same experiences.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, because we have like a lot of psychopaths, at the moment you don't have a psychopath, it gets like really dangerous for cyclists. When I'm riding like through like small towns and there's like farm roads between farms, it's most of the time it's like a single file road, and it just gets dangerous with like cars just not paying attention or like not wanting to pay attention because everyone here is so used to cyclists not being on the same road as cars.
Yeah, you basically get that issue where when something's unexpected, people don't behave very well sometimes. Here in Melbourne, it's funny because a lot of the roads we get like lip service. They'll paint a 10 centimetre green cycle lane on the side of the road. It's like, that's fantastic. Thanks for giving us that 10 centimetres in the worst part of the road. Then car drivers get the shits if you're not inside it. So if you're just sitting just outside it because of glass or whatever, or you just don't want cars to overtake you because it's dangerous, drivers go nuts. It's good when you get to the really congested areas. The cars that are stuck sitting there. That's usually the best time to be cycling.
Yeah, like 3 days ago there was like a big farmers protest here. So like every highway was shut off because there was like guys on tractors going 50 kilometers an hour on the motorway. So like no one could ride their car anymore. And like the roads were so free of cars because no one could get to the turn because the highways were like jammed. So that was the best day for cycling, but not really for any business in the Netherlands.
Yeah, my mate who hasn't got Zwift absolutely loved the first lockdown when people actually obeyed the lockdown rules. It was like Christmas. No cars anywhere. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was like everyone was working from home. So when I started cycling just before Corona, and when COVID hit, and you were allowed to cycle outside, but not like go to work or something. You just had like roads like empty in the middle of the center of the city, where it's normally like you have to wait 10 minutes for every traffic light. Now it was like it just goes automatically on green when you're riding.
Yeah, everyone went and got the city comms during lockdown.
Yeah, there's like a KOM from like the left side of the city towards the right side, and it's only 5 kilometers. But the KOM was like an average speed of 31 kilometers an hour or something, because it's like always full and you have like 5 traffic lights. And someone took it like at 5 a.m. when everyone was working from home, and he put it at like 42 kilometers an hour or something.
People love it, KOM.
Yeah, I never really look at KOMs, but if I look at KOMs here. Every KOM is at like 50 kilometers an hour because it's with a tailwind. Like
Yeah, I kind of got the shits of doing Strava KOMs, but then I got fast. So I got the shits with it, yeah, because you've got to wait for the right wind. But then I got fast, and I was like, I can get this one, but it's not really an accomplishment anymore. And if I beat that guy, I kind of feel bad. So I can take a couple of KMs, incidentally, but most of the time I don't bother.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
How are you both doing?
I'm doing great.
Just going down the radio tower right now.
Yeah, I'm at the bottom.
I saw you asking who was ever going to do an Everest on me.
I was hoping you would see that.
No, but only novices will do it. No.
Yeah, I'm not going to do the full thing, that's for sure. I'm going to go to another 15 minutes and I'm going to have a rest and then maybe jump into this race, or is the race already on? 6:15. There's a race I want to do, but it might be at 6:15.
All right. Yeah. For me, it's gonna be like FTP efforts. So I don't know how long it's gonna take.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of wattage you have to do, but we're doing like 3.7 watts per kilo up it.
Yeah, that's my FTP
Yeah.
at the minute.
Doesn't really matter anyway, because we're going up and down so many times that eventually we meet up, even if it doesn't matter what pace everyone's doing. Oh yeah, I missed my race. 6:15. Yeah, 6:16. Oh.
Which race was it?
Triple loops, just for practice. Well, recon for Tuesday's dirt race.
Oh yeah.
Well, we're 25% in, so only 7.5 hours to go or something.
Yeah, you're doing it pretty quick.
Once I miss my race, I'll get a drink next lap and then hang on for another. See how I go. At least get 2.5 hours, I think. That'd be a good training effort.
You should get at least a quarter of an Everest.
Yeah, just ticking over 1960 now.
Yeah, it's looking like I'm doing like 1150 meters of elevation per hour, excluding the epic KOM lead-in. So
Say the ride. Might just get to the bottom, bugger off for a few hours, and then jump back on later. You might finish by then. But Whitney teaches at 9:30, so might jump back on from 9:30 to 10:30 or something.
Yeah, I think I will be on at that point still. That's like 3 hours from now, right?
Yeah, don't go too fast, okay?
I'll just go on 3 watts per kilogram. No. No, I'm hoping someone will, at least a couple of people will be there closer to the end, because it might get like a lot harder mentally and physically probably.
Piglet's around somewhere. He said he might come up here.
Yeah, I mean, still on like the 31st of December when I did like the charity 450 kilometer ride, I think Piglet rode like 280 kilometers with me from the start, and he did like the last 20 kilometers as well. So it was, I think he did like 320 kilometers that day.
David said he'd do it, but he's outdoor ride today, I think.
Yeah, I think the weather is great as well in the UK, so although it wasn't.
The postage is pretty cheap. I'm not sure if it's coming from England. It only cost me $6.60 Australian kangaroo dollars.
I think last year it cost me like €8 or €11 for shipping. So
Yeah, for some reason I was thinking it'd be like $15 Australian.
yeah, I also need like a big short still and like socks. So I'm probably just gonna.
I didn't open up the rest of the store because I know I'd spend a shitload more money if I did. I just went, okay, shipping, God, don't look at anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did last year. It's a bit depressing to see that you just don't level up from these rides. Because you don't do any kilometers.
I'll be interested to know how many jerseys I give away. Getting some more drinks.
This is gonna be tough for me.
Yeah, what kind of wattage are you doing for like the ascent?
Like 300.
Oh, that's crazy.
But I have a FTP test on Tuesday, and I think my FTP will be 330 or something.
I think you did 70-minute race 2 days ago, right?
Yeah, just as a test to see what I'm capable of, and I think 350 for the whole TT on Tuesday would be possible.
You're gonna go for the full TT or just 20 minutes?
No, the full TT. It's like 25.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Thanks, James. Thanks. I will see you in a couple of minutes. I think, yes, it will be off in a couple of minutes.
At least my downhill is a lot quicker.
Yeah, you can get back way faster than me.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. I went right to the top of the hill. Let's see if my momentum gets me back to you guys pretty quick.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. I looked at like the numbers from like yesterday and stuff, But when I'm
Yeah, if I,
doing 220 with like the lead in, so like 40 kilometers lead in, you go like 20 seconds faster than without it.
basically, I go straight back to you guys when I went to the top of the hill. I'm only 4 meters behind.
James will be on in a couple of minutes, so we'll have someone riding 400 watts here. Yeah, James, it's probably, we're doing like 3.7, 3.8. And of course I'm lighter, so you probably have to do like 3.6. I would start on the road to Sky route, James, and just U-turn and do the epic KOM, the reverse epic KOM, at like 2 watts per kilo or something, just then a nice warm-up. Maybe get some leg, some nice sprints in or something, or at least a couple of leg openers.
David just sent me a photo. He's sitting at the side of the road, and his Wahoo says 235 watts. Sticky watt bastard.
Well, he's powering up his bike just from shitting on the side of the road.
Sitting in a hedge doing 235 watts.
I do have to say, I do have the best support car available here. I can just send a message to my family and they'll go up 2 stairs just to bring me a new bottle.
Yeah, it's a great thing about doing everything indoors, isn't it?
Yeah, the bad thing is I have to repay Troy on Tuesday, so I'm gonna have to run for bottles on Tuesday.
You'll be alright.
Yeah. I don't know why, but today my heart rate is like the lowest it's been since the moment I'm starting like climbing this hill. Ik kan uitgerust. Probeer ze om te
I wouldn't be surprised if the last hour your heart rate's pretty low as well.
Yeah, I'm averaging like 160 for the ascents now, while I was like averaging 165, 170 for the rest of it. I'm fucking down. Just not doing that so well.
Yeah, I found quite often you get like the decoupling, but then if you go long enough and energy stores get depleted, your heart rate just drops again. Just because basically your body's saying, what the hell are you doing?
Ja, 250, dat is van interval af. Ik ben nu achter waarom de montage dat je moet je workout maken die als je vier invalt. Dus één workout die je gemaakt hebt, zodat je bij geen keer kan zien. Maar dan zie ik hem echt fout. Dus als je nu je workout, die is nu dinsdag, maak een inval, die importeert. Dan trek je even wattage eronder zien.
Gewoon onder die grote power.
Ja. Dan moet je kunnen doen. Jesse gaat wel lekker, man. Jesse gaat wel lekker.
Dat doet er mee.
Ja. Ze droppen het.
Is het nog een blok komen?
Hm?
Is het nog een diploma nodig?
Nee. Dat doen we allemaal al. Beetje laat. Beetje laat. Midden in de stad, ja.
My avatar's always in and out of the saddle because that's 75 RPMs usually my sweet spot. That's what it's in and out, in and out.
Yeah, I just have a really high natural cadence or something. I'm like averaging 92.
Yeah, when I'm in erg, I do more RPM. I think because I'm just trying to get over the top of the erg. When I'm in sim mode, usually around 75 on a climb.
Ja, nee. Daar ging nu uitrollen weer naar boven. Nee. Ja, dat lijkt op.
Did you see they give you a power up now when you start the Alp?
Yeah, it's just before the start of the Alp, right?
Yeah.
But do you get it
Not that
again
it
if you go like a bit further, like on the descent, and then turn around?
I didn't try it. I just noticed it when I went up to do it the other day. Yeah, because I was riding towards the Alp and then I was like, what the hell? Because I used my aero before I got to the Alp. Then I realised I had a feather just as I was doing the first segment. I wonder if it's in preparation for those races that they're going to do from the top of the Alp.
do realize it's getting warmer and warmer in this room. And at some point, if the sun's gonna shine, it's full on the entire side of the attic. So
We're trying to take screenshots. What do you mean, sun's now shining in your actual house?
Yeah, well, like the attic has like 2 walls. Well, like 4, but like the entire left wall is a window, and it's on the south side. So from like 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. if the sun shines, it's like going straight through the window, so it makes the room even warmer.
Yeah, I'll get uncomfortable.
The good thing about the wall is it's also like a full window, so you can have the entire wall open for the wind. But
Jesus, this part's deep if you look at it from the side angle. I think the last show I watched you, Ian, you're being attacked by firecrackers.
yeah, that was on the charity ride in December. Indeed, people here go crazy with cobras and stuff. It's like we've got like a small alleyway, and there's like the sewer like pit, and people just throw fireworks in it, and it makes like the loudest noise you've ever heard.
Bloody teenage kids. Funny that you made it 44.5 kilometres.
Yeah, 44.5 kilometers, and I just passed 3,000 elevation. But I put the workout beforehand in intervals, and it showed me like it should be a normalized power of around 220, and a TSS of 600 or something.
I think Katie's on her way. She's only got 3 gears on her bike. It's pretty fucked. Doesn't need that many gears though. She can just choose the train difficulty.
Yeah,
or
hopefully you got the right one for this.
Only got the big ring. Shall I have to put it on 0 training difficulty?
This might gonna be my last one on this page.
Well, you're dropping me every time, so
Yeah, maybe we can take it a little bit easier.
I'm going to cheat by going up this hill a bit more each time because I ain't doing no Everesting. I don't need to worry about the bowl.
I mean, this little bit.
Yeah, you watch us just fly past Ian now. Loser.
it's funny to see you go 1 watt per kilo lower than me and still passing me like 10 kilometers an hour faster.
Just don't break any records.
But I think James is on his way as well, so
Hello.
hey James.
Okay.
Hey, James. Starting the reverse epic now.
I think I'll just do ride with and then maybe just go easy the first climb.
Oh, yeah, lucky bastard, you still got that.
I wish I still had the right width.
Saves a good like half hour. Doesn't it?
Yeah, although I quite like the lead-in now because my first descent was already at like 3.6. So the 20-minute warm-up on like 3 watts per kilo was pretty nice.
But you count in the reverse epic as part of your Everest, or is it only radio tower?
Yeah, I'm doing 60 times radio tower, so it's 9,000 meters of elevation only on the radio tower.
Plus, you idiot, you think you're going to do a trenching too, so the reverse epic doesn't matter anyway.
Wait, you can ride with as well, Katie? Okay. They're just bullying people now at this
See,
point.
after you do the 60 times where you decide to do the trenching.
Yeah, I might have to restart the workout and just do it again.
My issue was I don't get anything else free after the Everesting, so bugger that.
Yeah, I'm already
Katie's got
debating. Yeah, Katie's got right with as well, so. But I'm already thinking about what hill I'm gonna do next year. Maybe Fan Top, but that's gonna take like, that's mentally really hard.
Yeah, the issue with Ventop is you can't get a free ride all the way down.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe about like the Innsbruck hill, and that seems like pretty nice. 3 hours in, so
Maybe he's
3
trying
hours.
to restart his iPad or something.
So far going 1,050 meters of elevation per hour, including the epic K1.
We're almost at 2,500, 276, 2 hours, 16 minutes, almost 2 hours 17.
Not just over 1,000.
Really looking forward to racing up Leith Hill on Tuesday night.
Yeah, Tuesday night it's triple loops, right?
What was that?
The route you're doing Tuesday is triple loops, right?
Yeah, so it's the last round. Double points are up for grab for segment points. So it's the Leith Hill climb. Problem is, the segment's fine for me. Problem, you have to get there though. That's the extra bit that I struggle with.
Yeah, the full climb takes it's like 4 kilometers longer, right? It has like a really long 4% leading or something.
Yeah. Basically that little bit extra too long for my profile. I think Tristan will beat me. Tristan's a bit stronger on the climbs. Greg should beat me. Depends how much draft I can get, really. Once I get to the top, if it flattens out, then I'm in with a chance. There's going to be a couple of guys who are just way too strong, but I don't have to worry about them. Is ride with working, James? I still can't see you.
I'm still sort of getting it set up. I had a few technical difficulties. It says I'm only using the free version of Zwift, so I don't know what's happened. Maybe I just got too cheap to pay.
You need to pay your bills, I think.
Yeah. Oh, still I got 25k. Hopefully.
Yeah, as long as you don't quit, you'll be able to do 25Ks forever.
Yeah, well, 25Ks here it takes already 2 hours, so.
Do you usually use that device for Zwift, or is it? the usual device?
No, I normally use iPad all the time.
I wonder who that certified rider is. The Slater guy.
He's got Clancy Briggs in his name. That's the crit city, the crit race. Birdie always does. So maybe Birdie knows him. I hear feet getting clicked in.
So what's this crazy 5 kilograms you got to lose for, James?
There's a sailing event next week, and they got a maximum weight limit for the whole boat. And where it was like a last minute thing, I've got to slot into a spot and have to be 95 kilos. So
Bloody hell. At least you're 100 kilos, losing 5 kilos isn't like if you're 60 kilos. Still.
yeah.
Yeah, I cannot. No, I can never lose 5 kilos.
But luckily, it's just a one-time weigh-in, so like the weightlifting or the box weigh in the day before, and then good for the rest of the event.
So will that be using your arms for the event?
No, not on this boat. No. A bit more of the skill sort of side of it, with the amount of strength still thrown in.
Okay. So performance is like it's still got to perform, but it's not so critical that that last 2%.
Yeah.
Do one more ascent, then I'll hop off. Whitney wants technical help with her mum's iPad.
You've done a lot of ascents as well. You've done like 15 or something.
Yeah, pretty good training. 2.5 hours almost. Lots of rest in between, but still lots of blue and green.
Sure, you can't be convinced to do your second Everest in the month.
I've already done my Everesting. I don't need to get the free jersey anymore. I mean, I could use the fit file and use it for Whitney to get a free jersey. But the reality is, I don't think it's she's never going to wear a jersey. She's got her other one she never wears. I could get 2 jerseys, but I've got a lot of jerseys anyway. does seem like a very efficient way to get the meters. Mind you, I'm not doing the full Everesting, so it will feel easier.
I think if you turn the trainer difficulty off, it'll be good.
Yeah, I've actually got it on to remind me to do the U-turn. Otherwise, if I'm not paying attention, without train difficulty, I'll just get rolling around the top.
My last one, guys. My legs are closed now.
Well, you get like 5, right? So that's
five on FTP, so good training.
that's a good 35 minutes on STP with short rest in between.
There's Katie. You're doing just at the right time, some 3 kilometers.
Yeah, I was about to say, Katie getting a 3 kilometer in here. I was trying to do that, just like ride 12 kilometers down the Alpe and then calling it a day.
I'm gonna try one more. My heart rate dropped below 110, so
You got this, yes sir. You got this.
that will give me 40 minutes on FTP. That's
Over 1/3 of the way done. 21st descent now.
I know. Better change bike. Got the disc set up and everything. It's not useful. It's the Athos, isn't it? With the lightweights.
Yeah, there's specialized APOS with lightweights.
Yep. I got the tarmac just because I haven't ridden it for so long. Also got the Roval CLXs, if you got those. They're the same as the lightweights. I think they're 1 second faster on the Alpe.
I bought the whatever one was the Roval, as you said. Bought them, and the next time I've done the Alpha, I got the lightweight. So I was like, brilliant.
Always a way.
Swear it knows. Then, like the next couple of times I've gone up the Alp, I've got the lightweight, but then you get a whole load of XP. So
Definitely no.
I think it's written in the code somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah. I went through a phase where I used to do the Alpe 2 or 3 times. I swear to God, the first 2 times I always got the lightweight. It was brilliant to get to level 50, but it took me 18 goes, I think, to get it.
Yeah, I got it last year on my last ascent on the Everest. I got the wheels.
U-turn. Oh, what? It slows down and then does the U-turn. It doesn't U-turn at 100k an hour.
Yeah, I know, bloody realistic bastards.
I was expecting some 3 meters.
I was saying the other day, I was riding with Aaron and David. I went up the hill a bit before Aaron came down. So I did a U-turn to join up with them. But I kept on pressing it too early. I swear, if I just kept on pressing U-turn, doing the same watts per kilo as David, I was getting further and further up the hill. I tried it this time here, but it didn't work. But I swear then, I kept on going further and further ahead of them. It took me like 10 turns to finally get it right. Kate is wearing her orange jersey. I always make fun of the orange jersey riders because they're usually the beginner riders who cheat on Zwift.
What did you get the orange jersey for?
That,
What did you get the orange jersey for?
it's the first jersey you get in Zwift. So often if you're racing and there's some guy with an orange jersey and the first Zwift bike with the shitty wheels doing 5 watts per kilo off the front.
Oh.
That's a bit sus. Team Electric haven't got their jersey yet, even though they were promised it like 4 months ago.
Is there any chat about the back pedal jersey?
That bloody grey shit jersey. I got so sick of looking at that grey jersey. I don't think they're ever going to put one in game because it requires basically a lot of effort. Secret handshakes. And Scott and Ed don't really give a crap. Ed's got his own jersey with Wahoo Nicole. Scott's really not really into it.
Yeah, okay, the hardest part about this is eating bars at 3.8 watts per kilo.
I'm trying to time my screenshot just right. Doing the helicopter view, but I'm trying to get the snowflakes in the helicopter view. If I time it right, it zoomed in too early. I'll get it next time I ride.
Yeah, now you're gonna have to do the radio tower every time and just around the digital loop there.
I'll get it on the way up. It's much easier to time it right then. $2,832. All right, I'll see you guys later.
See ya.
See you in a
See
couple
you,
of
Ben.
hours.
Have a good one.
I'm gonna do one really slow attempt.
Yeah, just use it as a cooldown.
Yeah. And I still have a pattern. Maybe I should have used it.
Hey, donate power-ups.
Huh?
I'm gonna do at least 11 more, I think, and then hopefully I won't have to go to the toilet for that. Because I don't think I can time a toilet stop within a minute.
All right, I'm gonna jump off. Good luck,
Have a
Ian.
good one, yes. You've
Going to,
good
no
luck on
problem.
Tuesday.
I'm going to stream in a bit.
Okay, nice.
It's crazy how fast you're doing it. That's even threshold for me, maybe just a bit below.
Yeah,
Absolutely
I'm
crazy.
going into zone 3, like most of the climb now. My earbuds fell out, so I cannot hear you for like a couple of probably this ascent. Because I'll have to reconnect them via Bluetooth. So hey Phil, thanks a lot. It's going great so far. Hopefully the recovery is going well for you, Phil. It's a bit harsh because my webcam doesn't work. It froze on me, so but thanks for tuning in. It's it's okay, Katie. As you can see, like Jesse held on for not too long, and he was on threshold, so in good form. So yeah, I'm seated, Phil. I've got like when I go out of the saddle sometimes a bit more, probably on the later part of this Everest because my ass might hurt at some point. Yeah, my webcam for like my face cam is not working for some reason. I already restarted the stream and reconnected my webcam, but it doesn't work. So, and I don't want to get too frustrated from it, so I just let it go. But I'm rolling nicely at like 90 to 95 cadence, just so the legs won't tire that much. Because I could probably do it at 80 cadence for a bit lower heart rate, but that's gonna get tough on the legs. So it's getting warmer and warmer in here, though. So that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Yeah, we'll always be with ups and downs, but it's good to hear that it's going in the right direction, or at least seems to be. Morning to you, Michael. Morning to you. It's gonna be about 60 ups and 60 downs. James was talking about he was doing threshold, so I think he has to be doing like 370s, 380. So that's crazy. And Yessa was just here, and he was doing 310 or something. And that's like his threshold, and he did 6 ascents with me, so. Yeah, Michael, but you cannot see the face cam, so. Like, the face cam is making it look even easier, because he's sitting still and we're doing 240 watts here. We're gonna have a small technical break here, and hopefully I can fix my Bluetooth AirPods before we get down. Here we go, let's try to fix it. Okay, I'm back.
Oh,
Phil was asking what kind of power you had to do for to keep up.
anywhere from like 340 to 380, depending on the steepness and stuff.
Yeah, okay, that's crazy. That's my 5-minute power.
And even more when forget to press the U-turn button, you go flying off. But actually, I don't think it's too much of a bad thing missing the U-turn, because you just end up going up that small little ramp, getting to like 40k an hour.
Yeah, it's actually also faster to gain elevation, but I'm gonna do this 90 times either way, so. Because the small ramp is like, you get a lot of speed, so you get the free 10 meters of elevation basically.
Yeah.
Thanks Phil for checking in. I'll be here for another 5 hours.
Did you do much training for this, or was it just your normal cycling and you think you got enough to do it?
Yeah, it was just normal cycling, but then the past 2 weeks I've done a lot of just work at this kind of power. I think I did like 20 hours in total, and I think 15 hours of that was in the range of 220 to 240. Because like, I think 2 months ago, I had like trouble with these kind of wattages, but now it's like, I enjoy riding at this wattage.
So I'm guessing it's like 80% FTP for you?
Yeah, we started off at like
70.
220, but we went up pretty fast towards, I'm now doing like 225, 230,
Yeah.
and that's like the 225 to 75%, so it's between 75 and 80% of FTP.
So I guess it's around that LT1 barrier, isn't it? So
Yeah, yeah.
it's technically an all-day pace, quite a hard all-day pace. I think most of it's like psychological as well, convincing your brain.
And
You've done it before, so you
it's a lot
can keep
like
going.
nutrition as well.
Yeah.
Because theoretically I could keep this power going forever if I were to nutrition well. Which is at some point it's just impossible to keep up, because I'm probably burning now like 120 carbs an hour, and I'm getting like 100 grams in per hour, if I'm lucky.
So I'm thinking of joining Troy on Tuesday. Do the whole thing.
Are you gonna do the whole thing with Troy?
Well, the free jersey is persuaded.
Yeah, it's harsh for
If someone said to you, I'll give you 120 quid, all you've got to do is ride your bike for 12 hours, you'd probably go, yeah, right.
Yeah, I do
It's the
it
same
every
sort of
day.
thing, isn't it?
And it's just, I don't know, it's a nice motivation to get something pretty challenging in. Also because I could have done it again on the Alpe, but I want to do it like every time I do it, I want to do it on a different KOM, just to see how fast every KOM is basically. And I did like the Alpe Everest last year. I did it in like 10:40, so I just want to be faster than that. But that should be no problem, hopefully.
What sort of out time were you doing for that?
It was 1 hour and 5 minutes average, I think. So like 3 watts per kilo. So even if I were to do 3 watts per kilo of this climb now, I would go faster than that. Just because it's way steeper.
Yeah. Pushing less air. All the energy's going uphill.
Yeah, because when you do the Alp, you end up at like 204 kilometers of just going up and down the Alp. And if you do it on the radio tower, you end up with like 125.
I think Mont Ventoux be a quick one. Because that's quite steep at the bottom.
Yeah, I've done some digging on a lot of KOMs and did like the Everesting calculator, and then checked my segment times for the descents and just put in that speed. And it seems that this one is well, radio tower is the fastest, and after that one it's the Bologna TT climb that's gonna be really fast.
But I also think physiologically, like this 8-minute climb is going to be the quickest. You can push a lot harder for 8 minutes, have a minute off, than you can do if it was the same length or same steepness, but you had to go for an hour. I think.
Yeah, if the Alp was just as steep, but like shorter, so you can still do like hour times on the Alp, you would still go slower than on this. Because here you can just, there's no way I can keep 230 watts for 9 cents of the Alp.
Yeah.
Well, at least I think I cannot do that, but it might be. But yes, Mick, we're going a bit faster than the pace, and secretly I'm quite scared that I'm gonna drop off at the end. I don't think I can negative split this because we're going like 230 average on this one. But we're going fast, so I think we're on pace of like, if I wouldn't take a break this entire time, which of course isn't gonna happen, we would be like at 8 hours for the Everest. So because we're going like, I think 1100 meters in elevation an hour.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't even reach 80 kilometers an hour on this descent.
nearly 90 for me. I reckon if I have a good sprint at the start.
Yeah, I'll have a go at the 100 kilometers at the end. But I don't think I can get it with like being 190 centimeters and only 60 kilos. Which just doesn't like people like me. On the sense at least.
On this climb for me, whenever I race it, I always get it. Just like you push over the top, and then there's always a couple of people drafting in front of you.
Yeah, I've gotten like 96, I think. But it's really hard for me to get 100.
So as soon as you start sprinting to put the power out, you get out the aero tuck. I think the aero tuck's such a big advantage.
Yeah, on this gradient, if you get put out of the back of the group, there's no way you're getting back. Even if you're like sprinting at like 20 watts per kilo, you wouldn't get back because the aero tuck is just way faster on 90 kilometers an hour. 4,000 meters of elevation.
How many, sorry?
4,000 at 60 kilometers. And this is the 25th ascent, so getting close to halfway.
Your XP bonus for the levels will go up so slowly. Because I don't think you get any bonus at the top, do you? It's not like the Alp.
No, you gain like nothing. It's basically, at the end of this ride I will have done like 140 kilometers, and I just gained 140 times 20. That's basically the XP I gained.
Yeah.
At the end of this week, at the end of the week I would have done like 100 times of radio tower now, and I gained like a quarter of a level. It's getting busy on the radio tower there.
Yeah, I'm surprised how many nutters want to climb up here. It's not in a race.
Yeah, well, like 3 days ago, there was a guy who was Everesting on here as well when I did like 18 reps. And I think he was Australian, so he was already like 40 reps in. Thanks, Birdie. Hope we can keep this up. Just wanted to say, even though you didn't complete it, you did like, as a 13-year-old, you did like a crazy ride. So, just wanted to say that again because you raised like a lot of money and you had like a cracking job. Okay, here we go. Fast shoe off, shoe on. Stretching toes again for a second. Oh, that's great to hear, Bertie. Just make sure you have the best gearing possible, just so you can keep. I'm trying to time my shoes again. Okay, just so you can keep the cadence a bit higher, so your knee doesn't give in that much. 26. Just a heads up for everyone. When I've done 31, so I'll be over halfway. I'll probably take
At
a
what
small
point are you
break.
getting your food in? There's not much rest, is there?
No, I've trained to eat bars at 3.8 watts per kilo, and it's not fun. So I'm mostly doing gels on the ascents, and then trying to eat a bar on the descent, but it's not long enough. So you have like half of a bar left, and I just have to eat it when doing the ascent. So that's hard, but it's doable. But that is the hardest part though, because on the Alp you just have 12 minutes, so you only have to like drink on the ascent and maybe take like a gel. But on the descent you can have like your food and get up the bike. But here it's like I can just manage to get a shoe off, massage my foot, and then put it back on.
Yeah.
But this is the 26th ascent, and I've done 31. I'll take a small toilet break and probably a small lunch break of like 5 to 10 minutes, and then get back on. Just so I'm over halfway at least. Ooh, the first power dropout of today. But I do have to say, like 3 days ago, I did 18 solo, and mentally that's already way harder than just having people here. Because Ben was here from like the 6th ascent, I think, so it was really nice. And I've
Ben's also a
noticed,
strong rider, isn't he? So he can.
yeah, he can
going
keep
for a
up
lot
for,
longer.
for. I think his
Someone like
FTP
me.
is like a bit higher than mine, with like watts per kilo. So he can keep up just as long as I can, basically.
Rather than someone like me that's like
Well,
hanging
you have
on.
to do like 370 watts to keep up.
And the rest.
I have realized though that when you're talking during your ascent, your average heart rate is like way lower. When I was doing them solo, you just look way more at your heart rate, and your heart rate just keeps rising because you want it to drop.
Uh,
We're almost 4 hours in, averaging 1,060 meters an hour, and that's including the 24-minute lead-in from the epic KOM. So if you take off the 23 minutes, you have to take off 300 elevation. So we're 3 hours and 35 minutes in at 3,900 elevation. So we're on top of, wow, that guy. I don't know what the backwards cam is. Yeah, you cannot see him. That guy has like a cadence of 5. The guy we just passed has like a cadence of 5. I don't know how he's still turning the pedals.
but like his pedals weren't moving.
Yeah, you see them a lot on the radio tower, to be honest. I think everyone just has that training difficulty to 100 because they want the real life experience. But then they figure out they have a 34-28 on the cassette and they cannot get up the mountain.
I can't run 100 on mine because it overheats and then the resistance goes. Like the resistance is like 100%, then it will go like 0% for like a second, and it'll just alternate between the two.
Yeah, I had that on the old training we still have, but we don't really ride it anymore. Except if we have 2 people riding at the same time. But
Yeah.
I always just keep it actually like below 50, just so the trainer doesn't have to do that much work. Because indeed, for these long rides, the trainer can like overheat at some point. Yeah, so hopefully till the end, but
I also don't like changing gears that much, and the front as well from big to small. Do whatever it takes to stay in the big.
yeah, for indoor riding, I always try to be in the, at least for uphills, for this, I try to be in the small ring. Because on outdoor rides, I always ride on the big ring, so my small ring is like untouched.
Brand new.
Yeah, and the big ring, because, well, yeah, in the Netherlands, you always ride like at least close to 20 miles an hour, so you're never in the small ring.
Is your big ring like a time trial bike where it's like 60 or something? Cruise around.
No, it's only a 52. It's only a 52. But like my highest gear is 52.11, so, and I'm never in that because I don't even sprint in that gear because it's just.
Yeah, I
You're
suppose
just
you
too,
need some like downhills or
yeah.
absolutely crazy tailwinds to go the gear. What cadence are you running?
Between 90 and 95. I like the higher cadence.
You in simulation mode or you turned it off?
Yeah, I've got the incline mode on for workout, so not erg mode, but I do have it on a set gradient basically.
15% or?
I think I just know I'm in my small ring and in my middle of the cassette, so I'm probably running at about like 6% or something. But it's just the incline mode, and it's just really not, because I don't really have to pay attention. It's kind of like erg mode, but without like the negatives, in my opinion. Because I can kind of look away and not pay attention to the wattage, and just realize I'm doing the same cadence, so that should be the same amount of power.
Yeah. As little mental power as possible. Good. Surprising with all the sailing I do. So much of it is just concentration for so long that even if you haven't done much physical activity of the day, you're just absolutely bonked out.
Yeah, having focus, it takes a lot of energy. But that's also with like outdoor riding, you have to pay attention to where you're going. Here just, you can put your head down and just smash.
Yeah, you can't get to the point where you're so deep in an effort where you have to close your eyes and just pray for the time to go less.
Yeah, I find that like indoor I can get way further like physically, like as deep as possible. But like
Yeah.
mentally, I can go like way further mentally outdoors than indoors. Also probably because indoors is like boring really fast.
Whenever I do like a really flat ride, sometimes I find it harder than in the hills. Just because it's almost like a trainer where you can't stop. But at least when you've got some like rolling hills, you have like 30-second rest here and there. It makes it so much easier. I don't know if you find outdoor riding just as hard as a trainer.
Yeah, this comes from someone living in the flattest country in the world, but I think wind is way tougher to ride against than gradient. Just because if you're on a climb of like 6% and you're like going 15 kilometers an hour, you always have descent after that. But when you're riding in a headwind and you're going like 15 kilometers an hour, you do have the tailwind, but you do have to like turn the pedals still.
Yeah. I also find headwinds are so much more demoralizing. Just because
Yeah.
in your head you've got, I could do 20, 25 mile an hour down this road, but I'm doing 10 or like 15. But at least on the climb, you're like, that's the speed I should be going. So it's fine.
Yeah, I also was talking with Ben about this earlier. But in like against the headwind, you have to be like, well, you think you have to be as aero as possible. And on the climb, you can just get out of the saddle and stuff. But if in a headwind you get out of the saddle, you just lose 5 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're able to walk and cycle very gently. That's really good. It's really great here. That's
One-eighth of the way there and an hour. Say that. Right.
yeah, I'm almost halfway with elevation, but you of course have to remove the applique ring. That's fine, Phil. Half an hour, I'm probably just on my break, but depends on how fast we go. I don't know, Nick. He started at 10:30, right? So.
Waar?
Waar? Ja. En ook op een flesje water. Yeah, Nick, but we're going for the Everest on the radio tower. I was never just going for Jersey. Yes, he even persuaded me into thinking about trenching this, but that might be for another day, or never, or maybe today. I don't know. But I don't know, because Ed said he started at 10:30, but he did mean 10:30 Central Europe time, right? Because he's in France, so he should have finished it like half an hour ago, maybe 45 minutes ago, sort of, yeah, at least. Started at 10:30 and you're going for the KOM. It should be 11:05. But keep me updated if something pops up on Strava from Ed.
You got any music on or any films? Anything
Totally
like that?
nothing. I've got the views out of the left side.
Oh, you got the YouTube here.
Oh, that's not certainly, yeah. Maybe it's
Is
on.
there much happening in the YouTube chat?
Well, yeah, Nick has been here a lot, and Phil has checked in a lot of times, so far there's always been someone at least to talk to. We were talking about, like, because Ed had his Alpe TT today, but it isn't on Strava yet, so, but he should have finished it already.
He said he wasn't going to go for it, didn't he? Because he was ill. But then he seems like he's still pushing pretty hard.
Yeah, yesterday he had like a really good day, because he took the KOM on the stage, like the full stage. It had a segment, and he took it by like 5 minutes.
Jeez.
So he did like 300 normalized for 2.5 hours or something. So I think he'll always go as fast as possible at the Alp. Just like, even if you treat it as like a holiday, if there's a TT of the Alp, you always will go as fast as possible.
That's the problem with it being called a race.
Oh, he got the station, okay.
It's a bit like a couple of weeks ago. I was doing a big training block down in Cornwall, Devon area, and one of my mates part of the triathlon club. So he was like, "Oh, I've got to go running on Thursday. You can come with me." And he's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, it's a 10k race." I'm like, "What?" The longest I've run is 6k. But I won't be doing that. So then, mid-block, I'm like, I'll just do 5k, you know, not that worried. Halfway through, I'm like, I'm midfield here. I'll just push on. Then I end up doing like a 10k race. Furthest I've ever run. At like the fastest I've ever pace I've done.
That's really good.
Just shows what happens when you call it a race.
Yeah, when it's
And
a race, you always
competitive.
wanna finish it at least and go as fast as possible.
Especially supportive people.
Yeah, Ed got the stage win with 44 minutes, but I don't know how long the stage starts before the segment and after. but he
Yeah.
most likely didn't take the segment, but he did get the stage win in the outlook, so he's probably happy with it at least.
Oh, someone's climbing up the epic reverse. A nice red dot there. Wonder who that is.
Oh yeah, I see it. Well, that's 28 done.
Mate, that's epic. Smashing it. Do you feel you've broken the camel's back? You got it in you? I always find it's about halfway for me.
Yeah, it's like, I think at 6,000 meters of elevation I'll probably have a hard time mentally, but I know it will come, so I'll just have to get over that. I'm normally have it like, I always say like in a 5K race running, the 4th kilometer is always the hardest because you still have to go so far and you're already like above your threshold and everything.
Yeah. But you know, like from the first half, that you haven't pushed too hard and you've got it in you. So.
Yeah, I'm feeling good so far, and the pace has so far been a negative split, so
What you need. You need.
thanks, Jesse. Oh, my legs will need a rest after this as well. At the end of this, I feel like a Tour de France rider with like all of my salt on my bib shorts and stuff. Like on these stages where it's 35 degrees and they've got like salt everywhere. That's me in a couple of hours. 4 hours and 4,300 meters into it now. Into the radio tower at least. I think going for 4 hours and 23 minutes, but
Oh, it's Lee Evans. He's a minute behind.
oh, it's Lee. Yeah, Lee said he was going to do a couple. He loves the radio tower.
Thanks for starting his effort. Doing it at 3.4 at the moment. Turn around. Like epic.
After this one, halfway.
Pardon?
After this one, it's halfway.
Yep. Did you ride up to the base of the radio tower last night? Or did you do it this morning?
I did it this morning. It was pretty nice actually to have like a 20-minute warm up.
There's another one with absolutely zero cadence.
I've seen, yeah. But like, he's still doing 2 watts per kilo. And at that cadence, that's crazy. How his knees don't give up, like.
I'm surprised the animation doesn't make him go out the saddle. Below
No,
that.
he's doing
Cadence
seated
for-
5 cadence.
That's nuts. Yeah, because I felt my knee starting to go a bit when I was doing like 77. So I dread to think what it's like doing that. It's a shame I can't give you a tow going downhill. Save you a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I
straight
quite
through.
I quite enjoy the recovery.
My trial has expired.
I know.
Hopefully that means I can upload it and everything at the end. Can't play now, catch now. So,
My hands aren't even sweating anymore. Like, they've been sweating for so long. There's just nothing in it anymore. Like, it's just salt on the outside.
hopefully that means you're not dehydrated.
I'm 5 liters down so far.
5 litres.
Yeah, it's 1 liter an
How many?
hour.
How many hours are you going for?
4.5. I've done like 3 bottles of water. So that's like, those are like 500 milliliter bottles. So that's 1.5 liters of water. And I'm in my 4th bottle of sugary stuff. And almost done with it.
So like 200 grams of sugar.
No, it's 100 grams per bottle. So I'm almost 400 grams of sugar just from drinks.
Homemade gel. Just put so much
Yeah.
sugar in the water that it's gel.
It's like old school like strawberry syrup, but like instead of putting the regular amount in it, I just put 2.5 times more in it. I don't know if it's healthy, but it keeps me going.
No, I always get worried about diabetes on the bike. But
Yeah, Phil, it's
I've read a few things saying it doesn't matter because you just burn it straight away so quickly.
I've tried to restart the stream and deactivate and activate the camera already, and I'm trying to not worry about it. So it's fine as it is. Now it just looks it's frozen Ian doing 230 watts of a hill 60 times. I think I might have to reinstall OBS to fix it or something. Because I changed video settings and I looked at like my CPU if it was like overclocked, but it wasn't even at 50% of it, so.
Oh, your workout mode has changed to green. Before it was blue.
Yeah,
Is that
it's basically, I've done 4 times 15 in the workout, and it says 220, 225, 230, 235. So we've entered the 230, but we were already doing like 230 on the last one.
he's ahead of plan?
Yeah, but the plan was to negative split it, and I don't know if I can do that anymore. But we'll see. I'll go for it.
Just means next increase you've got to up it again.
We're 2 meters away from 5,000 meters of elevation.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. You'll be done in no time.
Yeah, we've officially done more climbs than I've ascended it more times than I now need to ascend it, so that's nice.
Hopefully we catch Lee up in a bit, give him a bit of motivation.
Yeah, I don't know where he is. Is he somewhere on the climb?
Yeah,
Ah, okay.
I think he's about a quarter, third up the way this now.
Oh yeah, I see now, he's almost at the turn. The 17% turn.
Oh, my rubber foot has come off the trainer. I'll have to fix that next downhill. What trainer have you got? Kickr core.
Yeah, the Kickr core, yeah.
Do you find the feet come off the end?
Yeah, we have it, I think we have like straps around it so it doesn't move. Because otherwise the sides, like at the ends of the feet, they indeed like, they move to the side at least and almost come off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just happened to me. Too bad. It's just a bit annoying.
How much elevation are you in? Because you've done like a lot with me now.
1,700.
Oh, that's 11 times. Well, this is the
I don't know.
12% then. That's
The first 2 climbs I've done like half reps.
okay.
So I've done join with, and I tried to join you halfway up and then missed it on the U-turn. So, but it worked out quite well because then I just done a couple of laps of just slightly easier power, bit of warm up.
I'm just gonna try to go as far as possible without taking a break. Well, at least without it. Like, if I have to go to the toilet, I'll of course go to the toilet, but just like mentally, it's if I take a break now, I know I have to do like 28 more. Well, if I take a break in like 5, it's only 23.
Yeah, and if you've got all the food next to you, there's no real need to stop, is there?
Yeah, I've got the best support team ever. I just text Troy, and he just refills my bottle, refills my gel stock and my bars.
Shut down the stairs.
Problem is, I'm doing this for 9 hours, and I have to help him on Tuesday when he's doing it longer.
There's a competition and rivalry between you two.
Troy's no competition for me. No, it's I told him to go faster than Aaron though. He should be doing around the same watt per kilo. Well, at least Aaron started at like 3.2, 3.3, and Troy would just start at 3, and hopefully end at 3. But like that, there's no way he goes faster than me because it's like I'm on the radio tower, and it's like even if I take if I were going the same amount of watts as he was, so like 3 watts per kilo, even if I took like an hour break in between, just like standing there for an hour, I would still be faster. It's like 2 hours faster just on the same wattage.
It's crazy.
Heart rate has started to creep up a bit, but it's also because we're going faster. It's lower than the past days though, so I'm like averaging, I think 160, 165 each climb. I think this is I don't know, but this is probably our first sub 7 minutes. If it's going to be sub 7, it's going to be close, but it's going to be around 7 minutes at least.
Do you get more XP and drops by doing it in workout?
No, it's like, because I skip everything because I make my laps too long, so I always get them in time. So I skip them so I don't get stars. So I get no extra XP. I could have like timed them perfectly, but if you fall off a bit, so I just have them all put at 10 minutes and the rest at 2. And when I take a break, I just pause the workout. At this moment, we're going like 7 minutes per ascent.
Been going pretty quick. If I would have set this up as a workout, just cruised around on the flat, it would have felt a lot harder than this.
Yeah, if I were doing this power on the flats, on Fuego flats, I was probably at like 200 kilometers already. And now I'm at 78.5, so
If you're lucky, you might get the 100-mile jersey.
yeah, I got that one a long time ago.
Especially with all your crazy stunts. Cool.
We're getting close to Lee.
I think we're putting out about 7 seconds a lap.
Yeah, he's going fast as well, to be honest.
Are you considering going for the 10k elevation?
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to go for the 10k, but maybe not 10k excluding the epic one. I should be about like 9.3ks or 9.4 when I'm done with the 60, so done with the Everest. So it's only like 4 more till the 10k. But I'll probably just keep going till I cannot pedal anymore.
I'll join you in 2 days' time then. When you're still going.
I don't think that will happen. Like the ultimate goal is trenching, but like trenching should be like without the epic KOM, so that's 11.4 kilometers. So that's like it's 2.2 kilometers more of elevation than Everesting. So that's like 15 times, and that's just a lot extra. Instead of 60, it's just 75.
That's pretty much what I've done now. It's like hour 50, 2 hours. Quite a bit more.
Yeah, because 15 extra should take around 2 hours. So that's like, I'll probably ride for 9 hours now and then add 2 extra hours to that on this power, and that's probably going to be impossible, but we'll see.
Have you ever thought about doing a trenching and an Everesting in the same ride? So you go from the lowest point on Earth to the highest point on Earth in one ride.
As in, like, you do 19,000 elevation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe one day.
Next year.
I won't ride it often. That's also what I'm saying about a marathon for like 2 years now. So
I thought with all the running you've done, you would have done one.
nah, I'm more of a shorter. Tommy is the more long distance runner. Like anything from 800 meters, Tommy smokes me in it. So.
But then you do all the cycling on the
Yeah, I'm probably, if I run more, because now I only run twice a week, and I do it on track, so it's like track sessions. So they're all like high intensity, not like endurance. If I were to do like 60 minute, 70 minute runs in between, I'd probably get like really good times. But I think Tommy's half marathon time is 6 minutes quicker. So that's a lot. His 5K is only 30 seconds quicker, so I'm pretty decent still in a 5K, but anything longer than 5K is his territory. But then again, my 400 meters is, I think, like a second faster than Tommy's, and my 800 meters is also quicker, so.
Yeah, but at the speed you guys are doing it, those couple of seconds is a lot.
Yeah, but like, my PB in the 800 meters is 2:05 or 2:04, and we've got one guy in our running group, and he's a year younger than me. He just turned 20, and he did like a 1:48 yesterday.
Yeah.
So he
I don't
did.
think I could move my legs that fast.
Yeah, he basically did two times a 54-second lap on average.
I don't think I could move my legs that quick if they weren't connected to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I can keep up with him for 300 meters, and then I'm throwing up on the track probably. The stupid part about it is that he's running a 1:48, and he got third in nationals, so he didn't even get first. I think the first guy did like a 1:45 or something,
Yeah.
and he's 21 or something. It's crazy how fast some people can run. It's not a bottle down.
Top of the next climb, we should be with Lee. I think.
Yeah, I think so too. He's doing like 3.5, right? Yeah, 3.4, so
Yeah.
that's about 20 seconds, 15 seconds maybe per. So we should like catch up at like the top of the next one. Although the second gaps on like the radio tower are pretty broken. Because it says 18 seconds, but we won't even be at the place where he is right now at 18 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know how it calculates the timings.
Yeah, I don't know. Because we're like probably more like 30 seconds behind. Because he's already passed the sign of like the 500-meter elevation, and we won't be there until like 20 seconds.
Just a couple of laps ago, I was quite a bit behind you. And it's like, yeah, just 1 second. I was like, I think so. We go.
Fine.
Two meters climbed. Quarter of the way there.
Perfect. 5,459 meters climbed. You're gonna have a lot of TSS, to be honest. Because you're constantly riding in yellow zone, right?
It's flicking between green and yellow.
Yeah, that's
So
crazy.
it's probably like 88, 90%. Yeah.
Yeah, you're really strong in like keeping close to your threshold power.
Just guess what my threshold is. Haven't done a test for ages.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know my FTP is like close to 300, but I don't know if it's a bit under or a bit over. Depends on the day, to be honest.
But it's always a range. Some days you do 10 watts more. Some days you struggle to get 10 watts less. Depends on how much you fueled and sleep and how fresh you are.
Yeah.
Hoping this workout's going to be a nice, but easy day tomorrow. Hopefully, reap the rewards on Tuesday.
Rest
And the
day
following week should
tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely for you.
I'll have a rest day tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know when I'll cycle again, but but it is nice because now it's I have like time off everything, like school and stuff, and like in the next coming 2 weeks, I have like a busy schedule, so this is like perfect.
So what you're saying is you can spend the next couple of days laying in bed.
Well, tomorrow's my birthday, so I have to eat a lot of cake, so that's why I'm doing this.
Ah, that'll be a good celebration, won't it?
Yeah, trying to set a fast under 21 Everest today, because I won't be able to do it anymore.
I'll let you do it on like the hilly form or something like that. 21 of those. That'd be enough for you.
Yeah, or in Richmond, do it on 23rd Street. 200 meters up, 200 meters down, 200 meters up.
Just remember at the beginning of the year, when everyone was doing the festive 500, there was a lot of PBs coming straight after that. And hopefully something like that happens from all this base. Because you had the same thing really, didn't you? You got your PB up that climb on your last effort, like 200
Yeah.
a day or something.
Yeah, on the Levy Hill KOM I got it on the last one, and on the 31st when I did 450 kilometers, I got the second time everyone got on the segment of that day. Like everyone tried to sprint it once, and I just sprinted it on my 150th lap, and I got like second time. I've gotten to the point where this strawberry syrup isn't even tasting sweet anymore.
It's just what you need. But it's like, yeah.
I'm like, they're putting less sugar in this every time, but they're probably not.
Troy's trying to sabotage you. He's put like a little teaspoon in each time.
Yeah.
That'll make him bonk.
I'm like, well, I've only got water here right now.
There he is. Turn. Ah. Tired and sloppy.
25 cent. Ja.
Do you rocket down that descent? Was I just that slow and you told?
But the descent went fast.
Oh, I forgot to do the rubber foot. Get to the top and I'm like, ah, thank God I can just collapse.
The Evans is dropping here. He saved up energy.
Playing mind games.
Yeah, yes.
Do you reckon you're going to get the local legend? Or not?
Yeah, this is the sad part. There is no local legend in the second.
What?
There's
I
only
thought
local.
Strava had...
No, it's on
everyone,
some.
every
It's on some of them, but not on everyone. I think the Heli KOM forward and reverse and the Alpe du Zwift has it on in Watopia. Well, and the Fuego Flats sprint.
Why, is it just not done enough?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not hard to implement or something. Well, at least I think it's not.
Probably just a lot of
But like, I think
power
there's not a
needed
lot
there.
of people that are bothered by it. Like, there's a handful of people like that's like, oh, please make it a local legend, but it's not damaging their game. So
Is there one for the Alp?
yeah, but it's 150. So good luck with that one.
What? In
Yeah,
90 days?
yeah, it's just the guy just does his endurance rides on the Alp. So he just climbs Alpe du Zwift like 2 times a day.
Oh, okay, thanks. Probably be easier to get him banned from Java and Zwift than
Yeah.
take it legit. Nice little wave from Lee. I would wave back, but green's too far away.
I think Lee has it on 100% training difficult as well. Yeah, Michael, just as you're getting ready to get on the bike, I'm going to take a break at some point. So, thanks Lee, thanks. So far so good, but it's not good to hear, but I'm starting to feel my back and my legs. But I think that's okay after 5.5 hours of riding.
Turn, you fly. Turn! No.
I'm gonna take a short toilet break at the down.
Okay.
So it should be around like 2-3 minutes or something. Short toilet break. Oh, good afternoon, Michael. I see you're starting your head start here. I'll let you go for another 5 seconds then. No. Hello? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm back.
We're nearly at the top.
Yeah, I'm just starting the ascent now with Michael.
Oh, yeah, I saw another back pedal named. I'm probably only going to do another 400 meters of climbing, get to 3,000. I've got it done.
Yeah, that's a lot of elevation.
Shame I couldn't be here in your last bit. Give you the extra bit of motivation. 3 hours now is still a lot of fun.
No, okay, I get that, Michael. I mean, we could have a race, Michael. Like, Jesse got through 6 ascents with me, so we're gonna aim for 7 for you, right? And of course, the pace is a bit higher than Jesse's, but I think you're up for the challenge, right? Good to hear, Mick. race. It's always a race. You gotta make it fun somehow. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, I'm winning it, so. Like, let's be real here. I'm winning this while sitting still. Look at my face cam. I'm not even moving. My legs are still, and I'm still doing 4 watts per kilo almost here.
Just done the U-turn at the top.
Yeah, I'm just past the steep turn, so you'll see me in like 15 seconds or 10. Yeah, Mick.
Hello, bye.
Really sad, but there is no local legend on the radio tower, or at least the last time I
Need
checked.
stop at the top, please.
No, he's behind you.
On my screen, he's 20 seconds behind.
Yeah, but 20 seconds on the descent is like 2. Well, at least I saw 2 orange blimps go past me. It is, Michael. It's due to the upper body training I do. Yeah, Nick, I've done 100 efforts of the radio tower at the end of this day, in total, in just a week. But it's fine. Yeah, but Nick, you're forgetting I still get a jersey. So, and even though EVERESTING.cc won't count it as an Everest, I will. Yeah, there's probably someone who's done it like 5 times a day. And it's also not that hard to do it 5 times a day. Like, if you do it up 3 watts per kilo, it's 1 hour and you've done 5. So, oh no, I'm not. Oh wait, this is still fine, this is still fine. It lagged, so I skipped one. If I can go back, right? Right. Okay, go back 1 step. Wait, you can on the container, right?
Feel nice and refreshed after your stop. All energized and ready. Smash the second bit.
Well, it's fun. Yeah, I just skipped one workout thing, but I should still make it because I put it on 10 minutes. So. Nah, Nick, I just saw it. Now we know that if I skip one, I can still easily make it. I could have just paused it as well, but yeah, okay. Yeah, I skipped the recovery part. So 8 out of 15 there is the correct one. So. Getting close to 6,000 meters of elevation.
You've definitely broken the camel's back there. You got this. It's easy now.
There you are. And that's 6,000. even under 90 kilometers.
How many meters is it per climb?
150.
All right. 160. I think this could be my last one.
Here we go, Michael. Have fun. That's what I'm doing, having fun. You're near the top right.
What was that, sorry?
You are near the top right.
Yeah. This is going to be my last percent anyway. If it clicks over 3,000, but I think it should.
Yeah. Should be about 20 cents. So
It's a good ride. 3 hours, 40 minutes. Orange. I know. Got to do 10 meters in the last bit. Gonna make it.
if you go to the descent of the epic hill, and you'll make it on the descent.
Six meters short. Come on. I might get it on that little ramp at the bottom. Maybe. 20 get it on this little bump, 6 meters, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 3,000. Woo!
Nice one.
3,002 meters. All right. That's what I'd say. Oh yeah, got that screen. Graph looks pretty snazzy.
How much TSS do you have?
Pardon?
What's your TSS?
Oh, I'll have a look. I took a screenshot. Right, quick look at that. 183.
Oh, that's crazy.
In just under 3 hours.
Yeah, that's nice.
Eighteen full reps, and then 2 half ones at the start, or 3/4 or whatever they were. 9.6 pieces apiece in my bench. .295 average and 330 normalized for the
Wow.
2 hours 40. That was definitely a good ride. Lucky in. Hope it goes well. I'm going to go now and
Yeah,
maybe
thanks.
catch you up on YouTube or something like that later on in your attempt.
Cheers.
But keep eating and drinking and keep going. Have a good one.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Cheers, bye.
almost 6 hours in. Kan ik zo terug? Ja. Ja. Wil jij nou? Dat is 41 zit. Niet zo. Ja, de eerste 30 waren een beetje harder dan. Six hours in. Believe me, Michael, it's same for me. There's a reason I'm getting more quiet after each rep. on, Michael. Come on. Oh, this is getting tough. I'm definitely gonna enjoy Tuesday. Yes, Michael. Oh. I'm not enjoying it now anymore though. Hey Charles. Yeah, this is gonna be a dark last 2 hours, I think. I'm not even mentally done. It's just my legs are killing me at this point. Yeah, it's it's not one day.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome.
How you feeling now?
This is gonna be a dark last 2 hours.
Trenching's gone out the window.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just gonna go for these 60 and hopefully get through them as quick as possible. But
And I've lost my trainer to it's spinning out. Adjust my settings. That's weird. I don't have any basically on no trainer difficulty whatsoever. Got everything set up. Start my Dorito, see if that works. There we go. Now it's back. Just need to restart it. Not even warmed up yet. I keep looking up. I'm doing too much once.
Oh, 3/4 of the way there, but my legs are killing me.
Yeah, the last 2 hours is this shit.
I need just a few minutes to stretch my legs here.
No worries. Is an excuse to do 1 watt per kilo. I see Michael's here as well today.
Hey Tommy. Absolutely dying out here. Yeah, we went really fast at the start, and I ramped it up to like the 40th, and after that I was, well, after that it's going downhill. It's all fine, Tommy.
You're definitely not as chirpy as you were when I left you. Not surprised.
Yeah, sorry.
That's fine. It's just a good way to see the effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 50 more, so almost at the top, so only 40 more.
You're still chirpy now, so you haven't got hard enough. I just watched State of Origin, which is New South Wales versus Queensland every year. They've got the best of 3 series. Basically, we like to think of it as the biggest rugby league competition in the world. Don't know if it's true or not. Always got a really big rivalry. Queensland, the buggers usually beat us. We've been getting the wood over them the last few years. New South Wales won tonight. I'm pretty happy about that.
Thanks, Jason. Sure, you could do more than 6 reps with me now. Michael kept up for 3 of them. And then he couldn't anymore, but now, as you can see, I cannot even. I'm dying, Ian.
Almost there, Ian. With sun's coming up. Another one you ticked over. Remember Cameron Jeffers doing his Everesting? This is where he was just suffering like a dog.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Phil. Sorry, I'm not talking anymore. How am I feeling? Yeah, absolutely dead, Phil. Still need to do 11 and way too soon or too late, Michael. Downhill running is the thing that kills the knees. So the uphill is just hard for the calves and the Achilles heel, but downhill your knees are absolutely dead on the hill. Yeah, it's the outlay manual made once. Manual. So yeah, it's just that the target power is 80% of the real target power.
Only 1,000 meters to go. But then you're not better doing another few reps because you're not counting a reverse climb.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's just casually walking up the hill. That's also nice. I love how this guy's just walking up the radio tower and almost passing me.
Study, Michael. Online bullying. That's my job. Imagine spending 9 hours on the bike, not even doing an imperial century.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. Yeah, it's 10 more than Michael, yeah. It's above 30 degrees in here, Charles, that's for sure. See you, Michael.
Charles is asking about your room temperature. I'm guessing the sun's not on you anymore.
No, it's at its peak now. Sun is basically shining through the entire room now. I think it's like probably around 30 degrees in here right now.
Reminds me, your voice sounds much clearer on the stream than it does through Discord. I think Discord's been ruining the sound because of the active noise reduction and things. I'll have to ask Nathan from my Aero team. Maybe he has to change some settings in Discord because he sounds fine when you're using Messenger. But in Discord, it just disappears. I think it must be the Discord settings.
Yeah, it's probably something with like the noise cancelling and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Push to talk's always the best, but the problem is when you're racing, it's no good if you've got a phone because your finger gets all sweaty. That's impossible. Down. Who's Stay Strong? Is he one of the backpedal guys, or is he just a guy that's tagged on and joined in with us?
If there was a local legend on this segment, I am sure he will have it, because every day I've been riding here, he was riding his. He's doing like 20 reps each day or something, I don't know. It's crazy.
He's crazier than Lee Evans and Phil Lovett.
Yeah, and that says a lot about him. Afternoon, Simon.
Hello, 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 hello.
Oh, that voice sounds familiar.
Oh, that
Hello,
sounds
hello,
like
hello,
a
hello.
great voice.
How are we, chaps?
I've been better.
Ian is what you expect.
Yeah, you can do it, mate. Don't worry, I'm just about to start. So if you can start it over again with me, just so it's an actual official one, that would be great.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can complete the official one. I'm debating on only doing 6 more, so I'll just have the 8,800 meters.
I was told this was a warm up for you for to start with me. So.
Yeah, Kyle, you can take into the trenching effort.
Oh dear. How you doing? I've been out. I've just got back from London. Well, I've been out visiting, but just back from London, so I've not really been keeping up. So I'm sure you're absolutely smashing it, mate.
Well, the first 40 went at like 3.8 watts per kilo,
Yeah.
and yeah, then it started to go downhill. I'm now taking like a minute breaks after like the minute rest, and doing them on 3 watts per kilo.
You should be able to catch up, Carl.
I've got to climb up the reverse epic yet. Oh, I thought I might have the ride with function actually. I'm on iPad, so I potentially have a ride with.
Yeah. Right with Lee, he's further up the road.
I don't.
It's just demotivating that I'm 7 hours and 40 minutes in and only 120 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a quiet moment now, Ian.
Yeah, I was kind of I was debating whether to join the chat because I thought, is me chatting to him now exactly what he needs at this moment in his life? And there was part of me that thought, no, it isn't.
It's not the hero he deserves, but you're the hero he's going to get.
I'm definitely not the person you need, but I'm definitely the person that you've got no choice in having, mate.
I'm sure afterwards I'll be grateful, but now.
Oh, fair play, mate.
It's so funny watching any stream when Carl's in it.
You should have been in the. I think my watt bike's really playing me up at the moment, so I've had to email them, but it messed me up. Some chronic on Friday, and Piglet will tell you I had the meltdown of all meltdowns. So it's a shame that one wasn't on stream because you'd have had a right laugh about it.
Thanks, Lee.
Yeah, I heard about it.
I'll get there.
My cadence was really playing me up in the volcano race, so it was like up and down. So it kept loading on resistance, so I had to leave because I just couldn't do anything with it. I dropped off to repair, but I lost about 40 seconds. So I tried chasing back on when I got to about 12 seconds behind. So I put up nearly 30 seconds in half a lap, but I was sat about 5.5. And then they just pushed on again. So I was just catching them. So I was like, no, that's it, I'm done. See you later. And then I went into another race, did like 9 laps on the Neokyo crit. And as it got to the sprint, my gears froze. I was like, that's it, I'm done. I'm deleting Zwift, I'm doing a bed. I think actually said I'm doing a bed.
So have you worked them out, or are they still effing, you know what?
Nah,
I don't want to ruin any stream.
But are you sure your power meter is not just like overreading?
I'm talking to you. Ian can't talk.
I've got in touch with Wattbike because obviously my power now on my calibrated Axiomas is like 10 to 12% down on some of them, obviously on some. I've got the cadence issue, which happens. That's not a big thing because that just happens every now and again. But obviously, it can ruin a race because I have to leave the race. But the power and the gears freezing is obviously. I've had to email them, but then I sent my bike off for repair after it was breaking on a Porlock the other week as well. Sent it off for a service. Took him 2 weeks to sort it for me. He's giving me back and the front derailleur's not working. So I've got 2 bikes that I can't use properly.
You giving it to buddy? What shop are you giving it to?
I'm not having much luck with it at all.
You sure he fixes bikes?
Whatever it is, mate. Whatever it is on my bikes, they're just not. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it here. My watt bike was actually under reading, believe it or not, all that time, and it was actually under reading. See who would join.
You're right, I don't believe it.
No, I think your powder is just overreading.
Yeah.
Your SEOs
Here
are
comes
just like 20% too high.
Here comes 420 watts for 20 minutes.
To be fair, when I set that FTP of 410 watts, my joules were bang on. They were like 1% out. But anyway, that's enough about me.
It's a shame we're not going for that frappe record.
I know, it would have been good.
Oh, it's one rep done. What else are you going to talk about, Carl?
Oh, I could talk about anything. I could talk about Ed Sheeran, train strikes.
Did you go to see Ed Sheeran in London? What were you doing?
Yeah, Wembley Stadium. Last night went to watch him. It was very good. But there's a train strike on at the moment. And yesterday in London, you had about 100,000 people at Wembley Stadium watching Ed Sheeran. About 12,000 people at Wembley Arena watching 21 Pilots. There was however many 250,000 at Hyde Park watching Elton John. And then Red Hot Chili Peppers were at Stratford where the Olympics were. So it was just chaos.
So no matter where you were hearing music.
Yeah, it was oh well, it's still good. What bike are pretty good, to be fair, customer service, they should sort it out. It's ruining races. I'm trying to get up that the point score.
Yeah, the Zwift BS rankings.
Yeah. Oh mate, Greg yesterday, right? He went off up the epic about 5.5 to 6. Got to the tunnels and just blew up, bless him. And I've never seen somebody drop back through the field so quick. Other than myself. It was unbelievable. But I had another meltdown then. I think I took 2 minutes off my epic time. And I got onto a flat bit at the top. But they'd already kicked. And Piglet was like, come on, you can do it. And you know my catchphrase. I can't.
Oh.
Afternoon, guys.
Hey, Lee.
Right. Oh,
Thanks, mate.
You come for the street takeover of Ian.
I know, yeah, I feel bad. Ian's doing an Everesting and all
I'm
of
all
this
about
about
it.
myself. Oh, he's done a U-turn straight away, hasn't he? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything. I just like the fact that you just kept going.
See if he's paying attention. All right,
I saw you go straight ahead, and I was like, "Is he gonna U-turn?" And then I was like, "Yeah, it doesn't really matter."
The only thing then I'm finding on the Astiomas compared to my watt bikes, I am having to use the pedals at this moment in time, is it takes so much longer to super tough. Even if I pedal backward, well, the watt bike's almost instantaneous if I pedal backward.
Yeah, you've got to plan it ahead. When you know you're going to super tuck, start slowly pedaling a couple of seconds beforehand.
Yeah.
I've gotten desperate. I'm going all the way to the top.
Yeah, get those few extra meters, easier meters.
Yeah.
Did you see? I saw I think Piglet or David said that Gunner broke his crank arm.
Yeah, Jeff.
His outdoor race.
It looks unreal now, but I was going. We were going way
Take some
faster.
power to do that, I think, don't you?
That's
Just
what happens when you do 70 billion watts. Imagine what
looking
that
at
means.
the elevation every second.
I keep seeing all those videos about Shimano cranks failing, and I keep worrying about mine, but mine seems to be going fine.
You do 70 billion watts. You just choose your moments to do it.
Yeah, Gano just does it all day, don't
Yeah.
he? Sits on the front of the peloton and just follow me if you can, boys.
It's madness. It just seems like he's got like a limitless feeling of what he can do.
All you butters, boys, gone nuts.
What's happening with the TC next week now? Will we just do normal espresso?
We're just sending you.
Yeah. Ian's going to be up for that.
I'm just gonna act like I didn't hear that.
I think we'll see if we want to do it. We can try and go for a top time in espresso. Katie said she was free, so we'll see if she wants to jump in. But,
I think Sarah's going to take Piglet.
what's the course?
Oh, I know. What kind of flats is there?
Just checking now.
It's the volcano flats.
Yeah, volcano flat reverse. Carl Jackson flat reverse.
I'm gonna say it's Carl's favourite course, isn't it? Okay, no.
Not anymore.
That's your real catchphrase, isn't it? Keel Jackson on.
Yeah. We could still go for the frappe time. We just need Lee to do Gunner's pulls.
I mean, I'm good to come and sit in the group, but I don't think I've got Gunner's power.
I can do
I've
one
got
gunner
maybe
pull.
30 seconds at 400 watts.
Yeah. What are you ranked now, Ian? Are you ranked as a B?
Yeah,
Well,
Ian, you haven't been on Zwift for ages. What's your category?
I'm uncategorized, so I might just join the D team in the ZRL and just absolutely obliterate the field.
Just be
Get
bang
back
average
up,
for the first three.
What's the level below frappe? Get backpedaling with you. Ruben doesn't ride Zwift anymore either, so you and Ruben will be uncategorized.
Imagine that team: Ian, Ruben, and Aaron in B.
Oh no, Aaron's in A+ now, away now, I think.
Oh, is it?
Aaron is
A
an
couple of
A, I
months
think.
ago.
Yeah, he's gone to A now.
Yeah, like I only did 40 reps of the radio tower at 3.8 watts per kilo, so I'm definitely B.
Are you doing your Everest thing now, Lee?
Yeah.
Just casual. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doing another one tomorrow, but
That was exciting.
no. 3,500 meters in.
Oh,
yeah. You sound fresh as a
Yeah.
daisy. Although Ian
To
said
be
that
fair,
as
I'm
well.
alright. I had probably a half hour where I went through a dark bad patch, like, but
Yeah.
other than that, I ain't too bad. To be fair, it's anything like, but manageable.
KG's done my classic line of climb at gunner's pace, boys.
That was absolutely brilliant when we tried to climb a gunner's pace in the New York and he was dropping everybody. And Dave's like, bloody hell.
Yeah. I made the mistake of trying to follow James for a couple reps earlier before he left.
Oh, mate.
Fuck me, that guy's strong.
Yeah.
I think he did.
I think it's doing like 380 watts.
He did 20
Yeah.
reps with me at 380.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still relative because obviously his FTP is over 400, but still, when you try to do it, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
can
like
keep.
him and Gunner. You're like, don't worry, we'll drop him on the climbs. And then they smash you on the climbs.
Yeah, the problem with James is he can keep his like threshold going for like ages.
Oh, yeah, to be honest, I thought, yeah, he's a monster. He can keep going. Gunner's the same. The one thing that Gunner used to have, the one thing that Gunner's found a sprint now as well, which is mental. He's got like 1,200 watts now. Which is insane.
Yeah, I'll go for a max watts at the end of this ride and hopefully I'll reach 300.
If you do a max watts and it's higher than my sprint, I'm going to go and find Nick's rope. Because it'll be insane.
It pops off 17 watt kilo sprint to the top final 300 meters.
I'm going to stop following Ian. Keeps making me do these bloody long rides.
I was going to say, I didn't hear of him for ages. And then all of a sudden, he's gone from his local legends to this. What a guy. And I've gone from managing one lap of Christie to 2 laps.
I'm thinking about a double Everest next week, but no.
Oh, I do actually need to do the Everest. I wanted to jump on one. But I didn't realise every time somebody says they're going to do one, it's it's like literally that day. I think Ben said, oh, I'm just going to do one tomorrow on Friday when I was working. And I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, but I didn't do it at this pace.
I'm sure you've already been asked. Why have you chose Radio Tower over the Alpe? I'm sure there's positives more than negatives, but
Oh no, there's more negatives than positives.
but
But I've done the Alpe once, so
I've done the Alpe.
I want to do like the next time I do the Everest, I want to do it on another KOM, but I'll choose a longer one so I have a bit more rest in between.
One too.
I want to have enough rest so I can go to the toilet in between breaks.
One too.
So you and Lee, this is your first day of Everesting. You can do vent top tomorrow. And finish up your seventh day. It'll get easier, I'm sure.
Imagine somebody must have Everested on Ventop on this. But God, that must be a miserable existence.
I couldn't imagine a worse time to do it on, to be fair.
I did it the other day and just tried to stay at 300 watts. And that alone, even just sort of sleep spray was just horrible. So boring.
Yeah.
I think
So I like
one of
this
the
one. This
issues-
one's
Yeah, I
this
think
one's
it's
kind of
easy.
perfect. Sort of length.
I think the only reason I was personally asking, it's probably the wrong thing to ask while you're mid-Everest, because it doesn't really change anything. I'd probably a bit like Ben, I'd just like that 10-minute rest to get off the bike, go to the toilet, grab some food. That's right, Ben, I said food. And then, yeah.
I'm getting
Well,
more and
it's
more
easy.
respect for
I
this.
know this because that's too long of a break for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just seize up there if you ain't careful on the way down. And, it's like 2 minutes, minute and a half on this.
Yeah.
Like the hardest part of this on Radio Tower is the fact that it's really hard to like eat your bars because you have to do it on the ascent.
The most irritating thing about it to me is that 360 odd metres you have to do up the epic, the top end towards your Everest.
One of the things I found with Vent Top is it's because everything's so far away. It just the speed perception's so slow. Here the speed perception's slow, but it's short-lived.
Yeah, it's just, there's not even many corners or anything in it, so just the drag, like Chateau Reynard, and then you think I haven't got that far to go here?
Still another 10 kilometres.
Yeah. I don't know whether it'd be a blessing or not, but obviously when you do one Alp, you can count down the corners, can't you? But
Yeah, that's what helps on the Alps, in my opinion. It just breaks it down. You've got smaller targets, ain't you?
This is a decent one, obviously. I was just genuinely curious.
I prefer this because it's a steady gradient as well. Because doing it on 100% on the Alp, constantly back into the big ring and then into the little ring when you go around the hairpins, and it's horrible.
It was nice to not, as you say, it's nice not to have the epic to climb because Ian was already up here, so I could just jump on with him.
Yeah, I got that luxury. I on iOS.
Doing the epic before this.
Ian was going to start at the volcano.
I did every KOM before this just to get my warm up in.
If you add just an extra 1 watt per kilo and there's a race at half-3, we'll make mate. That is phenomenal, mate. Well done.
I made sure that Ian can't cap. Well, I've done at least more than half than Ian would do, unless Ian goes on, does a trenching.
Which trenching is that? 10,000 meters.
11,000 descending.
That's what Lee's doing.
So the distance to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, are you apparently?
Yeah. How much training did you do for this here? I didn't see you. I saw you on Zwift a lot recently, but not much before that. Did you just fancy?
Yeah, I bought Swift back 1 week ago. I just did like 1 week of riding indoors just to get a bit used to being stuck in a room at 30 degrees.
Yeah.
But before that, I was riding outside like every day. It's also because like our trainer is on the attic, so
because otherwise I'm being stupid riding past 12 o'clock at night.
Are you going for a second Everesting then?
No bloody way am I? Oh, that's stupid. I am stupid, but not that.
Just a casual half Everest today for him.
Yeah, I was just checking to see what base camp is. What's the base camp?
4-4-24.
Easily made base camp.
Yeah.
So what's base camp? Is that 424? Because I can make that one.
Getting up to the.
Let's just get into the top of the epic. I've started an Everest, lads, that'll do.
thanks, Nick. I feel.
Hey, baby steps.
Yeah, it's
Only
when
a couple more to go.
It goes over a dike.
I've got to learn to eat first properly before I go to Everest.
I do feel like 5 cheeseburgers now, I'm honest.
5 feet. David's unreal, isn't it? He'll just smash 5 cheeseburgers. Then he'll come and smash 5 dirt riders 5 minutes after. And then eat 5 magnums.
5 packets of Freddo faces.
What was that thing you were saying that they was originally mice or something?
Yeah, so they're actually the guy that created them. I think it's in Fitzroy here in Melbourne. And he was going to make them chocolate mice, but everyone else was like, "Who the hell would eat mice? That's a stupid idea." So he's like, "Oh, maybe I'll try frogs instead."
Do you not have? Oh, in the UK we actually have chocolate mice.
Yeah, no, the Freddo frogs from the Freddo faces were originally supposed to be chocolate mice. Because I think the guy made them in the 1940s or 50s here. We've had them for ages.
Yeah. I love Freddos.
They used to be actually like a proper frog shape, like those lollies. But then they made them the cartoon type one later on.
Yeah.
People love it saying that the base camps are out at the end of the Uber pretzel car. I don't think Phil gets the spirit of this base camp.
Just have to give me a second to go and grab a Pepsi Max if I'm doing that.
Yeah, you might need 2 of those.
I think what you're talking about, Kyle, is like the first turn of the Alpe, but not at the end of an Uber pretzel, just at the start of a ride.
I tell you what, mate, you're in such a much better state than I was when I did an Uber with Ben the other week.
Yeah, you remember what you were like, Ian, when we did the Uber? That was Carl.
Oh, mate.
Oh, but I'm worse than I was at the Uber. Well, actually, I don't know. No, that Uber was like the worst part in my in my Swifting. I think I did like.
It's like legendary how you was on that Uber. Dave still talks about it.
I think I did like 2.4 watts per kilo on the Alpe.
I remember, I think it was Piglet, he completed it, and Nick, and they rolled down and then rode up with me just to get me to the top. I tried to stop so Chris would leave me, and he didn't. I was in a world of pain.
Yeah, we just did it so he wouldn't stop. Just make it hurt more. So you laugh at you more.
Yeah, but like the problem with the Uber we did was like I had my mental finish line at the start of the Alp, but yeah.
I suppose that would have been if I'd have carried on with you on that other one, Ben, because I actually set a PB off this radio tower when we did that. It was some pace.
Yeah, we're doing. Well, I think we're slightly ahead compared to when we did it with Phil.
Yeah,
We
Phil, it's
right down on the climbs, though, didn't we? Compare.
I'm not feeling good now,
We was
but
doing
that was
4 watts a kilo on the climbs, whereas we did it
the
the second
lowest
time.
point
and
I've ever
we
been
did it was
at.
like 3.2, was it? Something
Yeah,
like
poor old Phil.
And I think this is
struggling
more
away.
justified.
He was also telling us, just leave me to die. We're like, no, we're making you hurt.
Don't leave me. I was like, no, I'm going to wait for you. And then he left me for dead on the Alp. I couldn't believe it.
I wonder why. I wonder if he ate and you didn't.
Yeah. I genuinely, until that moment, thought I don't need to eat on the bike. I'll be okay. Some salts in my bottle will do. It's all right anyway. I've just said I've got a two-hour time limit on the bike now. That's why I won't turn up to a meetup with Dave.
How are you feeling today? Phil is in the chat. Are you off the proper medication and just on the paracetamol?
I haven't heard of Phil for a while. It'd be great to hear that he's back to some sort of normality now, if he is.
Yeah, I was going to tell him that my concussion issue sort of kicked off about a week or two after my actual crash. So hopefully
Yeah.
I kicked it early. Hopefully I got off earlier.
Stayed with me a bit when you described what happened to you. When you said you couldn't put your head forward. So you had to put it back, but then you said there was blood going down your throat. I was like, oh. I was like, definitely not riding outdoors.
Yeah. I was telling David, it gave me such PTSD from it.
Yeah.
Like even just thinking about Phil's crash. Because I forget about it now, and then someone will ask me how my head is, and I'm like, what do you mean? And then I remember, that's right. I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah.
But it's so traumatizing.
You got a pro comes to help you out, Ian.
What was that?
Kulczynski's on the radio tower.
Really, we have to beat her. Come on. Where is she?
She is 1 minute.
My girlfriend.
1 minute 40 behind us.
Oh, so we're already beating her. That's
There's also an Alvarado, but I don't think it's that Alvarado.
I sure hope not.
Yeah.
Kulczynski's just behind me. I saw her on one of those Zwift Insider interviews or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, Whitney.
Yeah, that's also.
Strong girl.
Of course, your crash was a bit more harsh than mine. I don't know about Ben's, but I also had like 1 month where I was like, I don't know if I want to ride outdoors, and I've only where I crashed. I've
Bet
only
she's
been there
standing
once.
too. She's one of those riders that just stands the whole time.
Yeah, she's at 63 RPM.
crap. Can't take a photo. I've taken too many photos.
No, I won't, Katie. Still got a secret 300-watt sprint left.
Give her a thumbs up.
Wait, what? You're encouraging her now? Come on.
There we go. I took my stalker screenshot.
I think she's on a workout, to be fair.
She must have got sick of me.
I
She
see
just hit
5.9.
5
That's.
Not far now, Ian. Phenomenal, mate. Well, if you do me everything, if you're carrying on to the trenching, then dig in, mate.
I'll just add Ben's elevation to mine.
It's not Alvarado.
No, I didn't think, I didn't think it was. He'd be doing 28 watts per kilo.
Yeah, I just had a look at his avatar to tell. Stands out.
He's gone straight in as the highest rated Wahoo rider, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to ride for Wahoo or he's just joined up the team. Last I heard he was going to ride for Wes, the Premier Division.
Yeah, Phil, I had to stay in front of Golczynski.
Once we need to drop parade is the message. Come on, mate. Enjoy the burritos.
200 meters left.
200 metres, well done, mate. It's amazing, man. Genuinely, like. Honestly, doing half of that would kill me.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you saw, if you've seen Jesse's activity in the team bus, but that's what he had to do. He had like 6 ascents on like 105% of his FTP.
Yeah.
No, not even close. But then again, like, the bulky growth was harsh because it was like
Well, Chincy's
raining.
definitely going to think I'm stalking here because I'm going to take the shortcut and be right in the tail again, I think. 100%.
Because it was raining and snowing and hailing,
You
it
get
was
your
really
name, you're
harsh.
going to turn on tomorrow and your name will be Our Topian Under Review.
But like, well, doing 60 of this is probably worse. But
Why would I do my dirt racing?
just one no.
Is that just 2 ascents left, is it, of this? Not even 2 ascents, is it?
Yeah, I'll do one full and then stop at the 848, and then after like a an hour break or something, I'll go on. No.
Are you actually going to go on further?
No, just complete that one. I've
Feel like
officially
it
been.
late.
It's been 9 hours so far.
I'll have to finally. Can have a minute then.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Almost under the 9 hours, so. Although I'm pretty dead right now.
I had to type that so Kulczynski won't bloody get me done.
No, I'm still here. I'm just muted.
Oh no, I didn't realise Ben was giving himself an alibi, not actual support.
Yeah, I need an alibi sitting right in the tail.
Just keep going down the Epic KOM with her.
I was going to do that last rep. I got to wait till she rides away a bit.
And then, like, when you get to the flat part, you just put in a sprint and you just type "see you later" and then leave. Just immediately end your ride.
And you'll get ride-ons from our Waytopian.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's watching Netflix or something.
I'll have money on the fact she's checked Strava just in case. So what does he look like? Need to be worried.
I'm looking forward to Tuesday.
Mate, we've got David's training day tomorrow. Rest up.
What's he got planned for you? More of those VO2 stuff?
Yeah, I think. What is it? Which course is it? Oh, it's the Neokio farmland, I think. You know that climb up the like cobbled sort of S's where you go back. It's like windy.
To be honest, that's one of the only Mercury Island courses I actually like.
Yeah, it's basically VO2 up the climb. The climb's about a minute and a half. And then I think with a bit of a sprint at the end, maybe. Down to the line. And then basically just be zone 1, zone 2 round. Then eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Can't believe you guys got training plans going.
Yeah, you could just come over. I'll have some birthday cake left and stuff. So.
I was just fed up of getting dropped by everybody at the top of the volcano when they had something left and I didn't. That's Piglet what I needed to do. Is on VO2 into, well, I don't think his words were to the effect of practice VO2 and then sprinting. put VO2 and then go orange for a bit after, basically. Have you had anybody that stayed with you the whole stream today, Ian?
Well, yeah, Ben has been here the longest, at least. And Phil has been the longest in the stream, actually, so.
Yeah, I think Phil's been here for a long time. I've had the stream on, but I've been out watching the football and doing other things. And I missed the first bit.
Yeah, Ben, you missed the part where I absolutely had my breakdown, so. You're just gonna have to, like, rewatch the stream and just find it somewhere in it. I'm just happy my webcam isn't working, so.
It is hard with erg, as long as you're not doing too much watts, it's fine. But erg, it's a bit like pedaling through mud, so it is a little bit harder unless you're doing, like I did 205 watts, so 190 watts should be all right. But when you're doing the watts you were doing at the beginning, it does make it a little bit more difficult on the legs.
Yeah, but I don't have erg mode on, I have the incline thing.
Oh, you got an incline, not erg.
Yeah.
I was wondering, because before you turned it down, but you still had hold 225 or whatever it was. I was like, how are you doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, incline's better.
I just like, because Radio Tower is pretty steady gradient, but the shallowest part is just before the steepest part, so it's like 10% into 17%.
Lee and bike racing without mercy, Phil, they do it 100%.
Yeah, that 10% is the only part of this climb that I actually
Hey,
sit
that's
down
really
on.
good, Phil. Riding for 20 minutes.
That 3 seconds is my
Good to
rest
see you back on the bike.
this climb. Everything else is just out the saddle at 40 odd RPM.
Lee's always coming into the chat and saying, look at my workout, and it's like 2 hours of standing. Like, bloody hell.
Yeah, it's a bit of a relief when I found out you didn't have to do everything on 100%. I almost had to send you a DM, Lee, when I chose that you was actually volunteering to do it on 100%.
Yeah, it's just for the ELS 500 thing. So if you want to go and get their kit and all that sort of stuff, it's got to be 100% trainer difficulty if it's indoors.
How do you prove that? Do you have to take a screenshot?
No. Like, I don't actually know whether they'll do any sort of verification. I mean, they check your fit file in your Strava, right?
I think it's just, on a system.
Yeah, it says in the requirements, it's like, who are you gonna cheat on? It's only yourself, so.
I mean, I think they'd probably have a good guess of him doing 110 RPM up here.
Yeah.
You've either got 100% have you at all.
Then you can just say
yeah,
you're a mountain
Lee is
biker,
doing
so-
his climb, Everesting it on 100%.
Well done, and
The reason
100% all the way in. Fantastic effort, mate.
Yeah,
I
almost
wonder, probably if I go down the entire Epic KOM, I probably will get the elevation, but I'm not going to do it. But
All right, Ian, only another 1,200 metres or so before you do 10,000.
that's
Oh, yeah, you nearly done it, mate. Well done.
piece of cake, which is downstairs, so I think not.
Piece of cake.
Everyone starts off everything going, I might do 10,000 metres, and then they get to the Everest and like, nah, stuff that.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Is this the first base camp you've done, Lee?
No, second. Someone Someone about a month ago, wasn't it, I think? Yeah.
Take your time. You'll get this Everesting done easy.
Easy.
Well, it's going to hurt, but you'll get it done.
Oh yeah, I'm starting to hurt now. Got some back pain, to be fair.
That's what
Probably
always
the
gets
worst-
me on the long rides. It's
worst
the
thing
back
at the
pain.
minute. Yeah.
That's what usually makes me give up.
Yeah, Ian, Katie wants to do a sprint finish. She did 1,660 watts today. You got that.
Yeah, but
He's
I'm
definitely
already
easy.
riding at VO2 max right now.
5 watts per kilo after an Everesting. My
I'll
God.
take 1,000 watts off it. Just do 660.
Yeah, I'll just stop pedaling now and try to hit 660.
You're gonna get cramp. You're definitely getting cramp.
Yeah, I'm already through that now.
Just don't do a Peter and a wave and the whole thing shut down.
That has to be the best streaming moment of all time.
I'm tempted to go through like my favourite streaming moments and put them up all
Oh,
in
here
one.
goes 870. Bloody hell. 140 RPM. That's phenomenal. Somebody send him an ambulance.
Yeah, that's me done.
Have you completed it, mate?
Yeah, even 6 meters over, so...
Well done. I wasn't sure what the actual finishing meters was. Well done, buddy.
Yeah, Phil, the average...
All right, I've got to go. Whitney's saying dinner, even though it's actually 4:40.
Perfect.
It's
Yeah.
like midnight over there, Ben.
Yeah. She just
And
got
you're
up.
only just having your dinner.
How do you have dinner at the same time as me?
All right, well done. Keep going, Lee. I'll check in the morning and see if you're still going.
Yeah, cheers.
See you, Ben.
You
Well
keep going
done.
too. I'll expect you to do it too.
What,
At
me?
least base camp, right?
I've already hit base camp, mate.
Just get to
This is just-
base.
These are just extra meters. These are unneeded.
I want you to do 1,660 watts.
Well, I've burnt off 4 points from last night.
9 hours and 10 minutes.
Just another 22
sort of,
to go.
for the full Everest.
I better go.
So I'm sorry.
See you guys.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
See ya. Thanks for being here, Ben. Oh, 9 hours and 10 minutes, so that's almost 2 hours quicker than my Alpe Everest last year.
It's phenomenal, mate. Like, to get through and get it done.
What's the
Honestly.
screenshot keybind? I haven't
Nice work, Ian.
been on Zwift for a long time.
Yeah. Just hit half. Just to hit what Lee's done now. I'd be proud of myself.
Don't forget you've got to take 360 metres off my elevation because it down came towards my Everest.
Does it not?
Not for the L500 one now because it's got to be all on the same climb.
Oh, okay.
So the epic down count is just the radio tower.
Oh, wow. No,
It's
mate,
actually working for a few seconds.
4,000
But it will
meters.
freeze in like a couple of seconds, but
Yeah.
thank you all. Does anyone... Oh, it's already frozen again. See, that's what I mean. It's an OBS thing. But does anyone know the
Phenomenal.
screenshot keybind? Because I want to take a screenshot.
Hopefully, my kids are young enough that I can blame them that I haven't got the time to do it. In reality, I probably could. But still, they're too young guys, sorry. I hope you lay on the floor like Troy was after that hill climbing, just him taking it all in.
Yeah, but like at least I won't be faking it. So
Yeah, making it.
it's still the best part of my entire streaming. Of all my streams,
That's brilliant. The thing is, everybody just took their focus off you, just messaging you, is Troy okay? Is he okay? Troy?
Yeah, the fun part was it was like just in the frame, like it was.
So is that it now? Is that you done for another 6 months until the festive 500?
Yeah,
Or is there
I'm
some other
thinking about.
silly challenge comes up?
Yeah, it's of course like 500 kilometers, so I could just do this, but then like 4 times. But that's
What I mean,
no, no. I do want to probably Everest during the Festa 500, but on a different climb than this. At least. Probably on like I was thinking about like doing the Innsbruck reverse K1 because it's pretty steep, and Van Top is like too long, just so
yeah,
boring. But on the Innsbruck K1 you have like a good 5-6 minutes of rest, so
yeah. Wonder if yeah, the Innsbruck reverse wouldn't be a bad one because it's quite steep, but it's not that long of a climb. I don't know. Depends what you're looking for. That's my favourite climb, so that would probably be not far off the one I'd choose if I was to do it as well.
yeah, it's just like I just want to do it on different climbs.
Yeah.
I calculated like a lot of K1s and looked at how fast it would be if you were to ride like 3 watts per kilowatt, 3.5. And it seems that the 23rd Street in Richmond's actually pretty fast. But it's just the fact that you have to U-turn every 20 seconds. That's the problem. But
Yeah.
no, but it's like the Bologna TT climb is also really nice.
Yeah.
But we'll see what I will.
Or you could just imagine everything on the Crit City one.
Oh,
Imagine that one.
300 times up that one, and
Be about 3,000, wouldn't it?
yeah.
Oh, this graph looks amazing. It's blue in the beginning, green in the middle, and blue in the end. It's crazy to think that I did like 2 minutes of view to max at the end, and my heart rate didn't even hit 180. But I had 8 hours and 33 minutes and 434 TSS.
So good. I don't know what I've been trying to U-turn, Lee. You're pretty much catching me up. That's still going, 3.2.
Thanks, Charles.
What bike are you on? Have you got the Marlin Stones in the Scott?
I'll just complete the KOM here. And then go all the way down the epic KOM. Just to get my average speed up a bit.
No, don't U-turn. You must not U-turn if you're going too slow. How long are you predicting this for you then, Lee? Till about 9 o'clock? 8, 9 o'clock?
Well, I think it's going to take me longer for the second half than the first half. Because I'm struggling a bit now. So probably another 5 hours. So yeah, about 9.
That's
But yeah.
phenomenal, that is.
We just short of 10 hours. Definitely paying for them couple reps with James's pace now.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because I'd be like, oh, I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well go out quick.
Yeah.
Just so I'm a bit further up the road, but then you just pay for it.
Some of them you feel, you get that bit of a boost, don't you, when you're on the wheel and you feel alright, like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you do pay for it after.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give it a go a couple of weeks before ZRL, I reckon. It's just so long.
I'll give you a couple of
Honestly,
reps then.
it's genuinely nothing but respect. How you managed to do it is beyond me.
If you're going to try it, even if you are going to do 100% and that, the ELS 500 website's got a lot of good information, like nutrition and planning and all that sort of stuff. I'll post a link in Discord if you want,
It
because
seems
I have got a clue about stuff and I'll learn a fair bit from that.
Yeah, it's definitely something. It's the thing you want to aim for, isn't it? Like if you can Everest, then.
Yeah.
No, don't go down. Don't you turn too soon. What the hell? Yeah, mate. And then you two are just doing it. Just done it.
I honestly think though the hardest part about it, not saying that the cycling's easy because obviously it ain't, but the mental side's the most difficult for me.
Yeah.
By far. Just
Indoor,
resigning yourself to
definitely.
like 10 hours worth of pain.
Yeah.
You know.
I would be able to cope with the legs and stuff. It's just the bad back. That's the thing. I don't know because it's my riding style. Because I'm out the saddle so much. I think you're similar to me, and I do have such a high trainer difficulty. It must just be that.
Yeah, I mean, mine's dodgy position as well because of only having the one arm. Like,
Yeah.
square and stuff, am I? So, slightly
Smash
worse
me
because of
there.
that, but yeah.
Absolutely smashing it.
Oh, made it to the top.
Oh, well done, mate.
That's 57 times radiant tower.
I'd be so buzzing if I was you. Is it 57 ascents, is it? That's good to know, because I'd be crossing them off.
Including the epic KOM.
60
So,
if you want to just do it on the radio tower.
yeah, if you do it on the radio tower. Oh wait, you have to use the segment for the Hells 500. So then it's 60.
Yeah.
If you take the little ramp every time, it's like 59 easy because you get like 10 extra meters of elevation each time you do the climb.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, God, yeah, that'd make a massive difference. Don't think about stuff like that, do you?
Yeah, and it's even quicker because when Ben did it, I turned around each time when I was like all the way down, but you immediately go to 10 kilometers an hour. And if Ben just turns around at the top and he's like 5 seconds later, but he's starting at 50 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, I noticed James doing that earlier. It was like 5-10 seconds behind you when you turned around, and then suddenly it'd just be 2-3 seconds in front of you. Just that momentum off that downhill.
What have you been eating through this?
I've been eating a lot of jelly beans. I think I did 8 gels or 9. 6 bars and a lot of salted peanuts. I made a full flapjack, but I basically found out that like 30 minutes in, I was like, there's no way I can get something that like solid in. when you're riding at 3.8 watts per kilo. So I think I'm just gonna like drizzle on some maple syrup and just eat it now.
That's phenomenal.
But it's
Absolutely
like
phenomenal.
it's better to take more nutrition than like too few. Like I think I had 5 water bottles, so that's 2.5 liters of water, and I think I did like 7 bottles of syrup, which now tastes like water. So that's
Yeah.
so I think I did like 10 liters of drinks, just because it's like this hot in this room. Because I drank 10 liters and I only had to pee twice. So but I'll do a weigh-in after and like see if I lost a lot of weight, but I don't think so. Like with the Alpe Everest last year, I lost like I think 400 grams during the entire ride. So
Really? Bloody hell.
but I think I overdid the restaurant like a couple of like yesterday.
Yeah.
Like my uncle's 50th birthday was yesterday, and we went to like a pretty fancy restaurant, but it was like an all you can eat. And the boyfriend of my cousin was like, we were basically having a battle and ordering like 3 plates every round, and it got a bit out of hand. But
You could put everything in your name, Lee, you'll get loads of ride on.
Yeah, to be fair, I thought about that halfway through.
thanks, Nick.
A bit too late though.
I think I'm gonna get the 9,000 meters of
I
elevation
don't know,
just
if you've got
from
another 5 hours, mate.
riding the Epic K1
There's
downhill.
plenty enough
Oh
time.
yeah, that's true.
But it will be close. I don't know if I will get it, but
So
Definitely.
going for a stretch after this one, I think.
You're going to take a couple of minutes, are you?
Yeah. Here's a pain on the back a bit.
Lee, how are your hands feeling? Because my hands are like tingly and almost numb.
I mean, I've only got one, so but the left one I can't feel full stop because I ain't got it, but the right one, I get pins and needles in my bottom 2 fingers, my little finger and my ring finger, yeah. But not too bad.
Yeah, okay.
I would have thought you would. Did you wear gloves for this, Ian?
No.
No.
Way too hot
Yeah,
for it.
so I'll wear gloves.
Yeah, no, I just asked because I would if I was doing one that long, just because I'm quite heavy. I lean on my hands so much because I'm out the saddle so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, you guys are a lot of. I think in the total of 9 hours now, I got out of the saddle 5 times.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm like only 60 kilos, so it's not like I'm.
I mean, I've genuinely sat down for 20 seconds per ascent, if that.
Yeah.
Every other ascent, it's out the saddle below 50 RPM.
Yeah, Nick, I tried to deactivate it and activate it when we
Yeah,
got
just
it,
feels so
and
much
it
more
worked for
comfortable then.
5 seconds.
Yeah, you just I'm just
I was able to put my
leaning on my
thumbs
hands.
up.
I look like a gorilla, to be honest.
So I was able to put my thumbs up, but then it immediately stopped working again. So. I'll have to figure it out. But starting from tomorrow, the bike is going outdoors again. So.
Oh, just nearly at 1,000.
Yeah, Ben, am I doing the impression, or is the Zootopia slot doing an impression of me?
That's made for 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries at all.
Okay, let's do it. No,
What was
let's
your
do it.
CSS? You're right. 400 and something.
Yeah, it
Oh, wow,
was 438 when I finished.
Mine's 361 already.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know how you do it.
Bloody hell. I don't think I've ever had one. I don't think mine was bigger than that in the Uber. And I know you've done more than me, but that's massive, that is. Bloody
I wonder
hell.
what was my base? What was my last base camp? I'll have a look. Because I've done that at slightly higher power than what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at
I think I held
443 now.
3.7 on the climbs. No, 373. And that's not bad actually. Yeah. Right, I'll be back in about 10 minutes if you're still here, boys. If you are, then I'll catch you later.
I'm still going to do another half hour. So,
Fair play.
I'll see you in a minute, mate. Take all the
See you
time
in a
you
bit.
need, buddy.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
So how are we gonna call the activity? That's a big part of this. Just
Think about being here for recovery.
just do this stupidity. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Ben, for being here for this much of the Everest, and thanks for everyone tuning in. I'm never gonna do the radio tower again. It's not a good idea. Don't do it. So I'll see you all on Tuesday when Troy is doing his Everest, and we'll just laugh at Troy for dying for the last 3 hours, right? It's exactly how I see it in front of me. So I'll see y'all. Bye bye.